Morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. this morning. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. We're here today to commence our 2025-2026 budget deliberations. Before you have an agenda. I would entertain a motion to accept the agenda. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to adopt the agenda for the 2026 budget deliberations day 1 as presented.
Thank you, John. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Haley, I will turn the floor over to you.
So as part of the 2025 or 2026 budget presentation, we'll first proceed with a 2025 council orientation to budgeting. Haley will move into forecasting through the end of the year. I think it'll provide important context, and then we'll move in.
We'll call the meeting to order at 9:00.
then we will move into the budget plans for 26, 27, and 28.
Back to the future. Reeve Campbell, I brought the jar. As they say, old habits die hard, so we'll just start out with that. So just wanted to walk through a budget orientation for council and just a high-level overview in terms of the election has passed, and so now we've got kind of this opportunity to do some orientation with council of various topics that we'll see throughout the next little while. And so this one is kind of a kickoff to that in terms of talking about what the budget is to help just understand the process and what that might look like and what the process has been thus far. And so if we talk about what is a budget, it's basically a business tool that's used for future planning and activities. It anticipates revenue and estimates expenditures. The legislative budget requirements, the MGA, the Municipal Government Act, includes various aspects of the requirements that relate to budget. Council must adopt an operating budget each calendar year, and they must prepare a written plan in terms of the financial operations over at least a 3-year financial period. And then council must also adopt a capital budget each calendar year. And that must be prepared in terms of some sort of written plan that looks at a 5-year projection. In terms of what's included in the budget, a municipality can only make expenditures that is within an operating budget, an interim budget, or capital budget, or otherwise authorized by council. And the sections of the MGA include the listing of items for operating and capital budgets, and just some information about estimated amounts in terms of transfers as well. And municipality cannot run a shortfall without ministerial approval, and it must be recovered within the next calendar year. So there's lots of factors that go into consideration when determining revenue amounts. Council direction. There's user fees, property assessment, various kind of capital impact. We look at grants, we look at utility rates, other revenue source opportunities, the economy and kind of the impact of that, and then also then look at property taxes or tax support related to revenue. This is a dated slide or kind of statistic, but it still applies in terms of kind of the municipal government's impact on the tax dollars collected as a whole, and just kind of the breakdown between the federal and provincial. And so, you know, municipalities continue to be less than 10% of each household tax dollar. When we look at budget expenditures, we review those as well throughout the budget process to look for efficiencies within the budget and opportunities to, maintain service levels and the impact of that. So that includes obviously council direction, our infrastructure needs in terms of future replacements, kind of balancing the needs versus wants of the county, looking at inflation and the economic factors, legislative requirements, the opportunity for business development. Provincial downloading plays a big impact at the county level in terms of how we provide services to our residents. Looking at previous years, capital impact on operation, and just our financial obligations such as debt and various aspects like that. So the intention of the budget is a tool to be used to reflect kind of policy priorities of county council and provide an alignment with the policies and bylaws and service levels, and sets the strategic direction and priorities for administration to carry out. It's a financial, operating, and capital plan. It sets spending limits for service delivery, and it's a tool in terms of communicating how and where dollars are spent. The budget process is quite lengthy and complex, and so it involves, gathering of information, looking at historical information, understanding the pressures and needs of the county. Essentially, there's kind of these four main sequential steps in the budget process, looking at preparation in terms of gathering all the information and putting it together in a way that allows for the story to be told about what has changed, what might be some of the future implications. It looks at doing presentations and deliberations like we're doing today, looking for council's direction, and then obviously throughout the year we monitor and measure the budget compared to actual on a regular basis and report that back to council. And then with implementation, we're implementing the budget service levels and projects throughout the year, and that's all carried out in the cyclical process. So we meet with all the departments to come up with the information regarding need and potential changes to the upcoming budget, review kind of the requirements. There's been multiple meetings in terms of connection points and just understanding the budget and what some of those potential changes are. We ensure that we've got costs associated with various obligations that are coming up in the next budget, including things like union agreements and salaries, and just the impact on inflation potentially with goods and services, and just ensuring that we're maintaining our assets. And then obviously we want to look at the capital budget from a perspective of ensuring that we maintain kind of that competitive opportunity for when we go out for tender once the budget is approved, and looking for funding opportunities and just potential impacts from the province and other levels of government. Budget approval process, so budgets are presented to council and then reviewed and council provides input and just insight into what the budget looks like and how it's being presented, and maybe potential changes that council wishes to provide. We typically require a budget approved by the end of December. So at this point in the budget schedule, which we'll get to in a minute, looks at the December 4th budget council meeting to review the budget and hopefully approve. The budget is being presented based on information that we have and the levels of service and the requirements and necessities. And so one of the things that is always a little bit interesting in an election year is just the fitting the strategic plan of council with the budget and how those can ensure we can align those. And so, there'll be obviously some conversations about strategic planning for council in the upcoming months. And so we'll just have to kind of make sure that we continue to understand how those are connected and how they align. In terms of budget implementation, so the plan determines the work required and the projects throughout the year. It looks at the costs associated with what's being proposed and as it's presented and approved by council. implementation stages in the budget process is responsible for everybody involved. All the departments need to understand what's in their budgets and the impact of what's going on in terms of comparison to actuals. And budget information is then communicated with council on a regular basis. And that report back to council is about monitoring the information and just ensuring that we are within alignment and that everything is progressing as expected, and then any unexpected things that come up throughout the year would be brought back to council in terms of discussion and authority and approval. And so we presented financial information throughout the year to ensure that council is updated on all of that. So there'll be two aspects to the budget presentation. The capital budget is presented by departments. The budget includes a summary of the projects and proposed funding. And then obviously the operating budget is also presented, highlighting budget changes, efficiencies, increases, and the overall tax support required. Some budget considerations that are important throughout this process is just an awareness of provincial downloading. So sometimes there's some uncertainty with that, which can create some challenges as we work through this. And obviously grant funding plays a big part in our capital budget, and there's some smaller impact on our operating budget as the province continues to kind of reduce those grant funding opportunities specifically for operations, but also we're seeing, potentially some decreases in capital as well. Obviously the Alberta economy plays a big part of that, and just depending on how inflation impacts and just overall kind of impact of potentially tariffs and other different complexities in the economy that could impact the budget. And we continue to look for ways to implement best practices in terms of efficiencies and really understanding kind of the need of the county and how we can provide the best service to our residents. And then we're always kind of cognizant of the tax support requirements and working hard to make sure that we reduce the impact to our residents. So the capital budget is constructed and improve the infrastructure to the county to provide the highest level of service within the constraints of the budget for continued service levels. We determine kind of capital purchases and projects based on condition, risk, and the need to ensure proper identification and timing of projects, and then present a 5-year capital plan with funding options to ensure that we're continue to meet the needs of the county and align with council's strategic plan. So just in terms of the overall structure, based on the 2025 approved capital budget, roughly 24% of the capital projects relied on grant funding. 54% of the capital projects was funded from reserves, which is mostly related to fleet purchases, and then 23% was funded from the Market Access Network program and is specific to paved roads and bridges. So grant funding opportunities are, obviously, we continue to seek those out as much as we can to take full advantage of that when planning capital projects. And obviously, if the grant that's being proposed for a capital project, if it's not approved, then we would come back to council to give an update on those on a regular basis, as well as provide some alternative methods for a project to, if it was being proposed from grant funding and that grant funding was denied by another level of government. Operating budget. So typically the purpose of the operating budget is a reflection of council's policy priorities. The operating budget is set for the spending limits for programs and service level delivery as approved by council, and it's a budget tool for communication with citizens. Included within the operating budget is the revenue, which relates to utility rates, user fees, penalties, sales of goods and services, development fees, operating grants, various reserve transfers. Once the revenue sources are identified, the balance of the revenue is collected through taxation in order to balance the revenues against operating expenses. So expenses take into consideration financial obligations, council direction throughout the year, levels of service, and various other aspects like inflation and evaluating needs versus wants. So just in conclusion, the budget is a financial operating and capital plan. When determining revenue and expenses for the budget, we need to consider all the possible implications of that. And obviously there's some unknowns that potentially might come up throughout the year, which is why we would come back to council on a regular basis to report out and provide updates. And develop and implement the budget process is obviously everyone's responsibility. The budget reflects council's strategic plan and priorities. Legislation, efficiencies, funding, all of that are considered, and council ultimately makes the final decision on the budget and the levels of service provided. And that is the end of the presentation. Just in terms of the calendar, so we are on the November 28th as the first day of presentation. December 2nd will be day 2 if required. And then budget review and deliberations would be on December 4th with hopefully an approval on that day as well. That is the orientation for budget.
Awesome, thank you, Haley. I should have said this right off the get-go. I think before we get started, I just want to say thank you and acknowledge all the time that's gone into this. I know I've spent quite a bit of time in the office over the last few weeks, and I know how much time and effort it takes to pull all this together. And as much as this is a year-round process, I understand just the gravity of pulling this all together for today and next week. So thank you to all of you that put in the work to make this happen. We do really appreciate it. It is ultimately council's budget, but it is staff that goes away and does the work and pulls it together for us to deliberate and to tweak and to push and pull. So on behalf of council, just thank you. I want to acknowledge what you said, Haley, just the pressures that we face, external pressures, be it downloading from the province, grant funding up and downs. And then I guess also just trying to manage expectations and meet changing expectations. I think we continue to see the expectations of our stakeholders and ratepayers changing. So it's how do we meet that and try and keep things in line and moving forward. So thank you to everyone for the work, and maybe just relax. It's going to be okay. A lot of tense faces as well. We will get through this like we do every year. I'm sure there'll be some hard questions and some hard conversations, but at the end of the day, we'll get through it, and just thank you. So is there anything else before we get going?
Covered it nice.
If not, floor is yours, Haley.
Thank you. So just in terms of setting the stage and context for the budget discussion, just wanted to give a financial update as to where we're at. The last update was provided, I believe, in July. And so this is just looking at kind of 2025 in terms of where we're at and where we're projected to be at the end of December. With that, there's the caveat that there's still lots of uncertainty in terms of things come up, and, there might be still some surprises that happen, but this is where we're projected to the end of the year based on some assumptions that's been made to date. So this slide we would have looked at in July, and it just kind of compares the taxes compared to the requisition. So we collect county taxes, we collect the haul route, and we also collect, these are the 3 items that are essentially broken out on the requisition when we present the property tax mill rates to council in April. And so at that time we had anticipated that we would require approximately $21 million of tax requisition or tax property tax revenue for the county, in addition to the requisitions, which is from the province. So that would be for education, green acres, that sort of thing. And so that would have totaled the 28.7. And based on the requisitions that we, tax requisitions that we collected, we were really close within that of the 28.8, leaving a difference of about 92,000. So that hasn't changed since July. It's just to give an update and a reminder of kind of how close we were in terms of estimate and assumptions made based on assessments and various aspects. So if we look at, oh yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just back on the Hall Route, $500,000?
Yes.
That's, how do you split that, what we actually collect as the business tax? Is that what you're designating to the Hall Route, or?
So
how
that is not the business tax, Councillor Hickey. That is, it's just an amount that we collect as part of maintaining our roads that has always been historically broken out, which gets incorporated into maintaining our haul routes. So it's not specifically part of the business tax. This is on the assessment property taxes, which is separate from the business head tax count for the municipal access network kind of program. So that's over and above that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is the head tax in that then?
No, this
So
is strictly
you
property
have
taxes.
nothing- Okay,
Yeah.
there's nothing put into that from there then?
Because all of the head tax gets transferred to the municipal access network program, which is part of all of the infrastructure capital projects that you see throughout the capital plan.
Yeah, and one thing, it won't be in this presentation, but in the 26, 27, 28 budget presentation, I think it's slide 102, we have the market access network broken out. I think there's gonna be a lot of conversations there from the business tax standpoint, just because of how it was set up versus how things have evolved. We've been having conversations as recently as Wednesday to try and understand how one side's indexed, but the program itself might not be indexed, and how that revenue flows through those reserves. And so I think that we can have that discussion today, but I think that's gonna be an entire discussion unto itself for the market access network, because I'm still learning some things on how that was originally set up, so.
Thanks. So further Councilor Hickey's question, I guess I'm a little confused as where does that $500,000 come from, or what does it represent?
It is collected on the property taxes from the residents in terms
okay.
of maintaining the haul routes, and it's just in combination with the municipal, the market access network program, but it for whatever reason, it's been broken out on the property taxes for years, and so it's a property tax component for the residents.
Okay. Small follow-up on that. So basically, if we didn't traditionally break it out, the line for county taxes would be 20,587,000, but we break out 500,000 of it. So it's more of an accounting process than it is we didn't collect it from somewhere else.
That's correct. And also the, Councillor Kurbis, the acronym there is the Waste Commission amount that's broken out. So I'm not sure what there was basically 2 lines of information that was available within the assessment, property tax notice. And those were the 3 lines that were kind of broken out for information, because obviously we also have a water commission too, but that one wasn't specifically broken out. So that's just how it shows up, as in terms of the information on the property taxes. So I'm sorry if that caused some more confusion than not, but
Nope,
yes.
we're good now, thank you.
Thank you. So the education tax, that goes to both school systems, right? It all goes to the provincial government, but you can check on your taxes which system you want it to go to. Is that correct still?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes. Yeah. Yes, and that's all part of that requisitions line. I did not break out kind of the provincial Green Acres and all of that within that, yeah. So if we just look high level at the departments of the utilized versus remaining, this is as of October 31st, we're in good shape in terms of ensuring that we're going to meet our budgeted information. Just wanted to kind of give a visual of where we're at. So the blue is utilized, the green is remaining. There's obviously some significant adjustments that happen at the end of the year in terms of year end and inventory and just fuel and different things like that. So, but it looks at this point, based on my projections to the end of the year, we'll meet our targeted budget. So what I did was I just took the information to the end of October 31st and made some assumptions for the remainder of the year for November and December. One of the significant assumptions in here is that water rates are assumed to be unchanged from charges from the city, and so there's some uncertainty there, but this is our forecasted projection to the end of the year. And so I've broken this out to include our tax penalties and our interest income, as well as each of the departments in terms of where their annual budget is at, where their actual year-to-date is at, which totals at the bottom there. And then it just in all of the remaining items that still need to be included. So I've broken out some specifically, like insurance, our remaining debt payments, which happen cyclically throughout the year, but there is another bunch of debt payments that happen at the end of December 31st. We've got some reserve transfers that still need to happen that we don't typically do till the end of the year when we kind of know where everything is at. And so based on our total budget of for the county at the 20.08 million, and compared to where we anticipate to be at the end of the year, we're going to be very tight in terms of our ending. This shows a slight negative. Obviously, we would need to kind of revisit some of those assumptions. I was conservative in my estimates because I didn't want to, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anything. And so there's obviously, if an emergency response incident were to happen, that creates some uncertainty about the impact and pressure on our budget. But we've got some year-end completion work to do, obviously, still, and just some cleanup adjustments. So I think at this point, the budget is sufficient, but we're going to be tight.
Okay. Haley, I have a question here.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at utilities there, and your variance number, that's not correct, is it? Because you added the two together, you should have taken, you don't have a $900,000 variance.
Well, that currently at the year to date for utilities, because we haven't done all of our reserve transfers, it's showing as a negative 418, which is why those two numbers are added together, because essentially the budget for utilities was a tax, was a pressure of 550,000, and we are currently sitting at a $418,000 credit because none of the reserve transfers have happened yet, so that's why it's the two added together.
Doesn't show it that way.
Well, there's a negative right in front of the 418, that's why. There's a little dash there, yeah.
It's far over.
It's small, sorry, the font is small.
Thank you.
Typically, we like to give updates in terms of where the grants are at, and so these are related to our operating and capital grants. And so our grant administrator works really hard to kind of keep on top of ensuring that we give updates and where we're at and status reports to the various levels of government. And so this just summarizes some of the grants that we have applied for, whether they've been approved or canceled in this case, and then just kind of where we're at in terms of how much we've received of that grant and how much is still, the difference would be how much is still outstanding. I won't go into each individual one, but just to kind of give council an update that, we've been pretty successful in getting all of our grants approved at this point. There was one small one that was canceled, and just overall, this is kind of a status update, and it just carries on to page 2 just because of size. So there's a bunch of other various projects here that we've either applied for, and a couple have been declined, but overall we've been pretty successful in getting the majority of the grants that we've applied for, so which is good. And then just like to kind of provide a summary of some of the decisions that have been council resolutions or that impact reserves to the end of October of 2025. I won't go through each one on this slide, but just provides some information about, just as we keep track and monitor all of the decisions that have been made and the impact on our reserves. As we go into the operating budget process or budget deliberation process, we'll look at our reserves, where they're at, and how our decisions, like the approvals from 2025, plus what we're proposing in 2026, and where that leaves us at the end of 2026, assuming everything was approved and goes as planned.
One more question, sorry. What is a maintenance manager?
That is the asset management program in terms of looking at all of our assets and doing preventative and maintenance as we notice, based on risk condition and risk of the asset, and just ensuring that we're monitoring our assets closely to allow for kind of that automation and efficiency of making sure we're maintaining what needs to be maintained when it needs to be maintained.
We refer to it as the phase 2 asset management, CMM.
And that is it in terms of an update. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 9:40 this morning. Cole, floor is yours.
Good morning, council. So welcome officially to the 2026 budget discussion, presentation, deliberations. I anticipate with the snow, everybody's at home with a pot of coffee on, also joining in and listening, so welcome. We'll jump right in to the executive summary. One of the things that we wanted to put at the forefront and not bury in this document, it's hard to believe with the 128 pages of slides, but I think it was at 160 at its peak, so we did rein it in. But we have proposed a modest 3% tax increase after growth, supporting the core services and service levels. We have a strategic use of reserves to try and normalize or do a better job of normalizing some of those larger cyclical expenditures. And then a few of the operational highlights. So we still are catching up with rising cost pressures. A lot of those cyclical expenditures that occurred did not occur during COVID, so we're on the back end of finding out what some of those true costs are that is reflected in this budget. We have some major system modernization. We have the ERP transition to discuss, digitization of forms, long-term asset management planning tools, which is the Phase 2 maintenance manager. And it also reflected in this is a significant investment in our infrastructure, roads, bridges, water, wastewater, stormwater. So we'll get into some more of the details. One of the reasons we wanted to put the tax increase at the forefront is you'll see some larger swings in the dollar amounts, and a lot of that will come from expenditures that happen cyclically or be transfers from reserves. And so it's just important to contextualize that as we move through the discussion. Just a year in review, and I know the year's not done yet, but some of the key accomplishments from 2025 included the conversion of the point of sale system for the bulk water stations. We collaborated with many regional partners on stormwater drainage, such as Molloy, the Horsefly Spillway. We advanced the SRSDC initiative, which also ties into Horsefly. We were the administrative lead on the Emergency Management Regional Partnership, which is a huge accomplishment between Barrens, Nobleford, Pitcher Butte, and Colehurst. We launched a new public engagement strategy, that's the Deep Roots Bright Future. We secured long-term fire service agreements with Pitcher Butte, Nobleford, and Colehurst, and are at the tail end of doing so with Coaldale as well, which provides stability in fire services and emergency response in the region. We launched our multi-year Phase 2 implementation of our centralized maintenance manager system with asset management. We started the digitization of our forms, My Virtual City Hall, for residents and their ability to view bills. And then we also completed the Eastern Industrial Transmission Pipeline, expanding our agri-food production. And one of the more notable level of service increases in modernization is Public Works increased their base stabilization productivity by 45% in 25. As we look into the 2026 key priorities, we've highlighted them here. These will all be up for discussion as we move through the waterfall charts and the department budgets. Some of the key things to keep an eye on for those discussions will be the ERP system planning and implementation. Again, the multi-year enterprise resource planning. So that's our finance system, HR, payroll. Asset management Phase 2. So that's our maintenance manager. We've tried to call it this. I know there's been a few phases thrown around. I think we did the first one in 3 phases. This is our big picture asset management Phase 2 implementation. Public operations gravel crushing. Well, that is something we've done historically in the past. It's something that we're seeing very escalated cost pressures on, so we've highlighted it here. The assessment services transition to third party, so we'll have some overlap this year as we transition from in-house assessment services, council strategic plan and other cyclical council related activities due to the election, and then our investment in growth and engagement initiatives. I ran through that pretty quick because we're going to get into the meat of it in the agenda, but any questions before we jump into the agenda and start getting into the department summaries? All right.
All right, good. Is this on? There we go. Rookie mistake. Good morning, or even council. For the record, my name is Justin Ellis, Manager of Strategic Initiatives for Lethbridge County. I assisted the Director of Corporate Services, Haley, with the preparation of the 2026 operational budget and have been requested to introduce the budget summary at a high level, the revenue summary at a high level, expenditure summary, and the property taxes. But first, I'll run you through the agenda that we propose to follow today. First, I will lead you through the budget overview. Then we'll move into the operating budget, where we'll walk you through each of the departments. Each of the departments has an intro slide with a short overview to remind you of what's in the department, followed by a table outlining your revenues, expenses, followed by a waterfall chart focused on the expenditures and the differences between years in the budget for those expenditures to tell you how the story goes and the key drivers for the changes, and some, if applicable, have a follow-up slide with the operational project description. After we've run through those, we'll walk you through the capital budget, infrastructure, market access, network, vehicles, municipal reserves, info technology, and then we'll jump back into a summary at that time. All right. So, budget overview. This is a high-level total, and we start with getting the big picture in mind, and we'll go into the details by area, and each of the budget owners will present their own. Like Cole said, we don't want to bury the headline. In the operating budget for 2026, there's a proposed 3% municipal tax rate increase for all property classes. That's after growth. The non-residential to municipal rate continues at a roughly 2-to-1 ratio, with the legislative maximum 5.1. We're going to get into each of the departments, but the key messages here are that 90% of the increases in the expenditures for this budget are associated with gravel crushing, fire service related costs, mostly one time, water purchases, operational projects, provincial policing, and growth and engagement. We'll also make mention throughout the presentation, and we have already, about the downloading of costs and grant from the province, decrease in grants, and we'll move on into the revenue summary. So this is the summary of the revenues. This is the cost coming in. The line at the top is the property tax. So what we're looking for your approval today, baked in the cake, is the $21.7 million. Grants have decreased slightly. The LGFF has reduced by about $100,000 year over year. It's lower than 2025, but still higher than 2024. The ag service grants are the same. They're locked in for 2025 to 2029. Sales of goods and services have increased, mostly due to increase in water sales related to some of the expansion in our agri-food processing, as well as increase in sales to dust control, uptake in the spring program, and potential level of service change that the director of operations will discuss with you. Service agreements mostly stay unchanged. Services to other departments. So you'll see this throughout the budget, so I wanted to address this now. The services to other departments are mostly to do with fleet services and IT services. And what we do is we look at all of the software and all the hardware and all the TVs and all the computers, and we add all the cost of that up. And then we distribute those costs across the entire organization, mostly by per person. In some cases, like council, you don't have computers, so we've reduced the amount that we allocate to you. And then fleet, we do the same thing. We rent our fleet from ourselves. So we rent our graders from ourselves for public operations, and we rent our light vehicles and we rent our light vehicles and our other equipment for either ag services or for the vehicles you see in the parking lot out there. Fines and penalties, they remain unchanged. Returns on investment, we've left as, we've aligned with previous budget assumptions. Other revenue, unchanged. And transfers from reserves, the conversation around this will be embedded throughout, but the main focus here is we are drawing from our savings account for planned life cycle equipment purchases, which are mostly located in the fire services. But they are spread out through other services as well, and the market access network can be seen at the bottom of the screen. This is just a illustration to show you visually where the money that we use to operate the corporation is coming from. And I'll move into the expense summary. So we are going to get into each department later, but the key messages here are, again, that 90% of increases in expenses for this budget are associated with gravel crushing, fire service related costs, water purchases, operational projects, provincial policing, and growth and engagement. Salaries, wages, and benefits have increased slightly for COLA and for merit. There's some assumptions in there for inflationary impacts of escalation to the benefits. Contract and general services, that's increased. That's where you'll see the up for the cyclical gravel crushing. Now, it's a large expense. We do it every 3 years, but we plan for it. So the revenue on the other side, you saw that we're taking money out of the savings account to pay for it. So material supplies and other operating costs, we will discuss that in further detail later on. The services by department remain essentially unchanged, slightly increased for escalation. Operating projects, we'll discuss those in further detail. They're separated out in each of the departments. Emergency service agreements. This isn't the agreements just themselves. A large part of this, if not all of the increase, is actually due to moving money from our savings account to pay for new fire equipment that we've been planning for over the last number of years. Other expenditures essentially unchanged, and then transfers to reserves we'll talk about later. Again, pie chart just to help give you that visual of where the money we're spending is being spent. The last section that I'll review before I pass the mic over to Haley is the property taxes. So if the budget is approved as proposed, it will require a 3% increase in taxation, and that's after growth. So net municipal property taxes of 21.7 million this year constitutes that 3% increase. Net municipal property tax includes all property taxes less requisitions of the Alberta School Foundation, the Designated Industrial Properties, and Green Acres Foundation. Property taxes are levied on properties within the county based on an assessment value of the property multiplied by the tax rate approved by council each year. Property taxes continue to be the most significant source of revenue for the county. In 2026 operating budget, the non-residential to municipal rate continues at a roughly 2-to-1 ratio, well within the legislated maximum of 5-to-1. In addition to the property tax, but often confused because it's all on the same bill, the Lethbridge County collected in 2025 $7.2 million on behalf of the Alberta School Foundation. That's requisitioned by the province. We collect $27 million in provincial designated industrial property tax designated by the province, and $371,000 on behalf of Green Acres Foundation. Again, those are all added on, but not funding us. What we should mention here, which also ties into some of the pressure that we're seeing, is that the CapEx portion of the 2026 local government fiscal framework is expected to provide $2.3 million in 2026, which is slightly decreased from the $2.4 million we received in 2025. The OpEx portion, usually what we do is we budget a percentage of that. So we've left that to be consistent. On the ag side of things, we are to receive $244,000 each year from 2025 to 2029, and that's split between legislative activities for ag services and resource management. These visuals, based on 2025 data, are intended to help you see the county's current assessment breakdown and the resulting property tax revenue. Farmland, for example, makes up 6% of the assessment breakdown, but contributes 23% of our property taxes. Whereas residential assessment makes up 53% of the assessment breakdown, but contributes 31% of the property tax revenue. The rest remain fairly balanced. And this is a summary by department showing what's left over after the revenue comes in and the expenses go out, and each area's request for tax support. So council, for example, would require $700,000 worth of tax support, and public operations.
Justin,
12
I have
Yes.
a question when you have a second.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just back to the pie charts for the assessment breakdown, and being that farmland's at 6%, that is, if I understand it correctly, largely due to the fact that farmland assessment has been frozen for 30-odd years, correct? So that's the assessed value that we're talking about?
These numbers were provided by our tax and assessment individual. I would have to go back and ask them for further clarification unless Haley has an answer.
So, as an example, because the non-residential mill rate is roughly double the residential mill rate, that's the reason for the difference between like the percentage of the assessment value of the total county versus the property tax revenue. So, because the non-residential is at 23, sorry. Yeah, and so it's contributing essentially the same amount because residential is actually like half of their mill rate. So it's based on kind of the total assessment value versus how much each mill rate, each category contributes their mill rate as a percentage of one another because they're just different, right? So they're not all one for one.
Right, I understand that. I was just making a comment about. Sorry, I understand that, but I was just making a comment about the assessment. The assessment is based on dollar value assessment, if I'm correct, right? Right, so, of note, when we're talking about farmland being such a small portion of the assessed value, that is because the assessed value of farmland has been frozen at an arbitrarily low number for decades.
Correct, yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you for the question. Great. I will now turn the presentation back over to Haley.
Okay, so we're just going to look a little bit in terms of the reserve funding summary. So there's a county reserve policy that specifically kind of outlines various aspects of the requirements within how the county manages our reserves and the various types of reserves that we have. I will need to bring this policy back to council for updating, just given that it hasn't been revised since 2021. So there are some changes that will need to be made as it relates to the policy, but this is the existing policy that we have in place today. So what we did was we looked at the 2026 starting balance, assuming all of the reserve transfers that were approved in the capital and operating budget will be adjusted by the end of the year. And then we looked at kind of the ins and outs throughout 2026 based on what we're proposing within the budget, which you'll see conversations about all of those reserve transfers throughout the discussion today. Which gives us an ending balance at the end of 2026 of roughly $34.9 million. The county's been working really hard to make some contributions to the reserves to ensure that we have kind of future sufficient funding in the future to maintain our existing assets. I realize this looks like a significant decrease based on what we're proposing over 2026. One thing to keep in mind is there's some significant draws. 2026 will be a gravel crushing year, which is a significant kind of operational cost that occurs every 3 years. And so we put money away each year to contribute to the gravel crushing, and then it's drawn out kind of in its entirety in the year that it happens. And so that is one aspect of this as to why the outs in this instance are higher. And then the other significant kind of draws on the reserve for 2026 proposed is all of the emergency services vehicles in terms of our transitioning out of capital kind of related to emergency services. So we'll get into that more in later on. I just kind of wanted to highlight that because there is a need and an awareness in terms of continuing to contribute to the reserves to ensure that we are maintaining our assets long-term. You wanted to say something?
I have a question. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So is it still a requirement of the provincial government to maintain in reserves a balance equal to that of your taxation for the year?
Typically that's like a best practice. I'm not aware that it was actually like a specific requirement.
It was at one point in
Okay.
time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that is best practice in terms of ensuring you have sufficient resources to, should kind of unanticipated things come up, and, you know, the ability to maintain and sustain long-term all of our assets within the county, definitely. So the next slides just summarize the types of reserves that we have currently, what the starting balance would be at the beginning of 2026, what some of the ins and outs are, which you'll see throughout the discussion, what they relate to, and just kind of giving you the summary of the ending balance, which we talked about as a whole. There's some designated reserves specific to local improvement and frontage, which have specific requirements, and so those are just allocated as designated reserves. And then we'll talk more about each of the reserves individually as we go. One of the things that just wanted to highlight in terms of our debt obligations, so the MGA, the Municipal Government Act, specifies specific requirements in terms of how our debt limits are established and what that looks like in terms of limit caps. And so you can see in the blue is the total debt that we currently have based on 2025 actuals, and then we've just projected what that looks like over the next 3 years. The brownish colored line or bar is the total debt limit, and that's based on our total revenue, and so that amount fluctuates from year to year depending on what that revenue item looks like. And so, you know, based on our unused debt limit, we're in pretty good shape in terms of ensuring we remain in compliance with the MGA requirements. The next slide is just another way to look at it in terms of our ability to meet our annual repayment obligations, which is principal and interest, and the county continues to kind of maintain a healthy buffer in terms of our debt servicing versus our debt limit, which is good. This is just a summary of our outstanding debt as of what the balance will be at the end of 2025 after those final payments are made. At December 31st. And so this just provides the annual payment amounts and just demonstrating what that looks like in terms of the year of maturity and the interest rates that were part of these loan payments and loans that were drawn. So what I'm going to do now, if there isn't any questions, Reeve Campbell, is just walk through council as one of the examples of what we'll see in each department as we go through them. If we're good to kind of continue on and dig into each individual area. Okay. So each section will show kind of a high-level overview of the services and programs that the department or area provides within the county. We're going to look at council first in terms of the operational and kind of changes to the proposed budget for 2026. This just kind of provides a high-level summary of the department for specific areas. Obviously, council knows what council does. And then each area will demonstrate kind of a cost summary slide showing total revenues as well as expenditures specific to that area, as well as a kind of a percentage change between the 2025 approved budget and what is being proposed for 2026. And then it's just broken down by specific expenditure types, including wages and benefits, contractual and general, any kind of services by other departments, which is that IT or fleet charges, and then just if there's any operating projects within the area, as well as any reserve transfers. So each slide for each area will look very similar to what is presented here for council. And then each area will have a waterfall slide in terms of just showing kind of the ins and outs of the change from the 2025 budget to 2026, as well as you'll see that there's the change from 2026 to 2027, and then the change to 2028. And so really what we'll probably be focusing on, or most areas will be focusing on, is the key variance drivers, just summarizing some of the high level differences for each area and what that looks like. So if there's a red, it's an increase. If there's a green, it's a decrease. And just demonstrating some of the overall high level changes of what each area is experiencing or proposed within their budget. So in this instance, if we look at 2026 to 2025, we've got some increases in benefits for council. We've got some allowance for grants and donation adjustments based on kind of historical resolutions and approvals by council. There's a 2% escalation on kind of some of those inflationary items related within the area. There's an increase in the cost of the council election cycle activities like strategic planning and orientation, just to kind of smooth those over the election period, just to allow for a less kind of volatility of increases or decreases depending on the year that within the budget cycle. And then we just redistributed. You'll see this throughout in terms of the transfers to departments. We took a look at IT charges throughout all the areas and just kind of tried to realign. We tried to consolidate all of the software and various costs within IT or related to IT within IT. So for example, the financial system used to be in finance and admin, and it just kind of makes the story more complicated at the end of the day than, just kind of highlighting high level. And so some of those changes will be reflected in that transfer to departments in terms of just redistributing and more reasonably allocating how the IT charges relate. So that was a decrease specifically for council's area. And then we just wanted to look at how we balance contributions to the reserve over the period to ensure that we're maintaining the appropriate funding for the necessary initiatives and projects that happen. And then if you look, you'll see throughout there's a slight escalation in 2027 and a slight escalation in 2028. And so this will really be the overall format and structure for each area as we walk through and talk about them in more detail.
Wonderful. We'll move into the CAO office. I think this is important to note. I know Councillor Van Essen was excited to see this budget change and thought you guys gave me a big raise last term, but we have made some organizational adjustments. So the CAO office does include legislative services, administration support, and strategic initiatives. Well, you guys know what we do and how we do that. We've just restructured the department a little bit to change that. However, we'll go through this. I would recommend to council, because I want to go through some of the changes. However, I would recommend for some of the preliminary discussion that we move into a closed session pursuant to ATIA Section 20 and 26, so just harmful to personal information and intergovernmental relations, if you guys are okay with that. Yes, please.
I'd like to move that we go to closed section.
Those two. Wonderful. We'll move on to people and culture. So this is our human resources, health, safety, payroll. You'll see some changes in this department similar to what we discussed previously with internal transfers. We've also reduced the FTE count in this department permanently, so you'll see that. And then the transfers between departments is just kind of the right sizing of what those allocations are, similar to what you saw in council. And then we can discuss anything else, but this one's pretty straightforward. We've got some small software-related costs, or safety-related costs rather, and then the personnel adjustments.
Thank you. One thing that'd be kind of handy is if we knew how many staff were in each one of these departments. It's kind of nice to know. Just in
Yeah,
case.
we do have an FTE sheet that we could pull up after. I don't know if we've bucketed it by department, but we've got them all consolidated and say, here's what we have, here's what's changed over the years that we can review at the end if you want to go through it that way.
When we used to do budgeting,
Mhm.
we'd have, like, if you have 10 people in your department, say like Public Works or 20 or whatever the number is, just at the top of the thing, that's all.
Sure, yeah, we would probably look to consolidate. We have a few departments with only a couple staff. And so we'll just have to consolidate them or make sure that they're readable in a way that they're not so small that they would share that personal information, but rather that. But yeah, absolutely, I think we could look at putting that in the future. Any questions on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this one saw a slight decrease, but that's mostly just because of realignment of personnel transfers?
Yeah, and then a reduction in FTE too,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
One's a personnel transfer, one's we eliminated an FTE position.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
One thing I will cover, we've got some operating projects as part of that. So Some of the corporate safety management software for some of our core audit recommendations and compliance was on there for 16,000, and then we've had kind of a standing 25,000 for records management scanning that's been going on for 5 or 6 years that we just need to continue to do as we clean up those old files, department files in the basement. So we've kind of left that on there. That work needs to continue on as we modernize our systems and we get those records digitized that need to be, but that's the only 2 operating projects in that department. Good on that one. Everybody's favorite.
My favorite. Live it every day.
Morning, council. Let's get into this. So, should we got this rolling? Okay. So, Public Works, we'll start with the big, everything to do with roads and everything in between, from grading, graveling, dust suppression program, haul routes, and signage. So, quick overview, couple things to highlight. Already mentioned earlier is just grants are down across the board. Public Works isn't immune to that either. The one you will notice is sales of goods and services, and so this was mentioned earlier by Justin, and so this uptick here is to reflect what I will be recommending to council as a level of service change for a fall application for a dust suppression program, and this would reflect if that were to be adopted, based on the percentage of residents that may apply to that, based on some benchmarking I've done with other jurisdictions that do provide a second application. So we'll discuss that further in the waterfall. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By a fall application, you mean like a second application, so we have a spring, potentially a spring and a fall application?
That is
now?
correct, Councillor
Okay.
Curbis. Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll discuss that further in the waterfall in great detail. The other one as well, you'll notice on the market access network reserve transfer, a reduction there. And so there was an error made in 2025 where we inappropriately escalated that cost, whereas that is actually fixed cost, and that debenture payment is the $705,000. So that has been corrected for now and moving into the future. And let's roll to expenditures.
Thank you. Sorry, Ryan.
Yes.
Just looking at there's obviously a significant increase in the transfer from reserves. So, in the revenue standpoint?
Yeah, so, thank you for that question, Councillor Curbis. So what we're looking at there is, so this is our gravel crushing for the 2026 season, and we'll discuss that as well, but that's what that represents.
Thank you. That's what I suspected. I just kind of
Yep.
wanted it out there.
Absolutely, yeah. So just so you know what that number is, it's $1.2 million and change is what that is, and that's for 3 years worth of gravel, so that's 300,000 tons. And that's been a quite regular practice. I think this is the 3rd time that we've crushed in that manner and that volume, and that seems to meet our needs in terms of graveling our roadways in that 3-year cycle. So, thank you. I thought it may be easiest probably just to go from left to right, and as questions come up, we can just address them accordingly. So the first one here, you see personnel adjustments. So we, as a county, started last year where we use Questica software for our budgeting purposes, where we enter in everything that really calculates in a finer detail specifically for our staffing model by FTE by person, and there's some built-in assumptions for our budgeting aspect. And for example, assumptions that we make where we have, with our unionized staff, they have a start rate and a job rate. And so for a conservative estimate, because we don't know where necessarily when we have seasonals or casuals, where they're gonna land on that scale. So we budget at a job rate, because people will move to that over time. The other one that is baked in with the Questica software for budgeting purposes is our benefits. And benefits are quite substantially different from if you're a single individual versus a family. And so as a default, what is baked in that you'll see here, and that's partly represents that increase in funding, is that it's at a family rate benefit and not a single. So we have that latitude that we're covered depending on who we hire for our casuals and seasonals. So our permanents are are in as permanents and fully accounted for. The other thing that's also in this personnel adjustment is the cost of living, and at 2%, and that alone is $60,000 of the $200,000 in change that you're seeing here. So move next to transfers to departments. This is the ongoing efforts that we've made, specifically myself and Devin with the technical services team, as we look to find operational efficiencies and where to right size and realign some of the opportunities we have to improve as a county. So what this represents, $50,000 of that $60,000 reduction is actually transferred to Devon, because we look at some of our engineering services, specifically surveying, and we've identified, we believe as we bring that in-house, it's a more cost-effective way to actually provide some of those services. Will increase sort of our field work for asset management as well. And so Devin will speak about that further, but that's the bulk of that is $50,000 that we moved over, because we're gonna bring that work in-house, which is much more cost-effective for those technical services. The transfer to departments, we just spoke about. The transfers to reserves, what this looks, where this was changed is in 2025, there was a $900,000 reserve commitment, and we've then, Haley's mentioned this as we're looking at our reserve, trying to right size where some of these are that make sense operationally. So that $900,000 doesn't sit here any longer, but we've right sized it on the reserves. But also we've moved what was sitting in technical services, a $500,000 land reserve. And so it kind of, one went down and we backfilled it. Cole, if you want to speak to that more on the reserve.
Yeah, I think for yours, we moved, so that's the total transfers to
That's the
reserves.
total.
The land transfers we moved to infrastructure. Did we not? It sits in the infrastructure department now. So you're seeing a reduction
Yeah.
here by that amount. It's really, that doesn't mean the whole budget reflects that. We've changed that. We've moved that to another department to keep the transfers to reserves more specific to public works here, and the capital expenditure piece in the infrastructure department. So that's really what that one is.
Yeah.
And then we'll speak to the size and scale of those changes in that department budget.
And the reserve one. The other one, you'll note on all of the departments I'll present will have the same one. The main theme for a lot of these is actually a realignment as we've looked operationally how best to, where things should sit, and so that's where that one lands. I will lump together escalation, IT costs, fleet, and the budget adjustments as, again, that realignment work that we've done internally. And as been mentioned as Justin in the overview earlier. Contingency, Cole mentioned that historically the contingency fund sat within the CAO's office. And so public operations will hold that $50,000 contingency. It really is a break glass, unexpected, emergencies where we may not have time to react or to come back to council if we need some additional funding to address any issue. So it really is that break glass only. And then we got that big red line of 1.8 million. So this is gravel crushing. So let's get into what this looks like and how this works. So historically, we have crushed gravel every 3 years, and to meet that payment obligation, we have put money aside 3 years in advance in a reserve, and then we pull that when we do the crush. And so currently, if you've been out at the Rackus pit, we're crushing currently. That is for our expenditure in 2026, which will support our 2026, 2027, and 2028 graveling season, and that's $1.2 million. Now, as we do that work, we put that out to RFP, and in that process this year, we saw basically 3 groups of pricing. And we were very fortunate with where we landed at the lowest price. It was a vendor that we had used historically, so we're very confident in that low price. Sometimes there's some, you can be a little bit scary if you take the lowest price and if there's a big gap, you might get what you pay for there, which is poor quality. But it was this group here, the low end. There was a middle group, and then there was a top group. And so as we looked at that and we looked to project when we're gonna crush again in 3 years, what are we gonna actually end up having to pay? And make sure that we put enough money in our reserves aside for that for the next 3 years so that we're not short or scrambling, because it's such a core piece of our operations to gravel our roads, is, that's why you're seeing, it's a 50% increase is what we anticipate. And how we got to that number was the bottom value of our RFP on the top group. And so we may be a little high, but we're definitely not the highest. So it's kind of mid-range, and talking to other colleagues and municipalities within the region, for what they're paying, I believe we're on track and confident that will put us on par so that we have sufficient reserve monies for a gravel crush. So that's where you're seeing, there's a 1.2 million for the actual crush, and then a $600,000 reserve payment that we will make for the next 3 years to crush again in the future. But that is a substantial increase in cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do we have our own crusher then, or do you rent one of those? Like,
Thank you, Councillor Slump, for the question. We do not. We do contract out crushing services. Correct. We do own the pit, which is a substantial savings for us. Comparatively, for the cost of gravel after crushing versus if you were to purchase gravel from another producer, it's a substantial savings to do that work in-house.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, since we're on gravel, on some pits, you have to put away reclamation. I forget what it's called. Does that show up in any of our financials that we've put that away, or are we exempt from that somehow?
No, yeah, thank you, Councillor Van Nessen. You're correct. We do have to have some funding put aside for reclamation activities. I believe it was in the reserve. We could pull that up. I think it's around $60,000 or $50,000 or $60,000 that we do have aside right now in the reserves. And we do ongoing management of our pits. Graham White, who's our manager on the technical services, is fantastic with maintaining our compliance with pit management. There's a lot of regulations, and so we do work every year on our pits to maintain them. So, thank you.
Yeah, just in regards to that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I've been involved in previous conversations where all of our assets, actually, we have to set aside reserve funds for retiring those, including like our landfills, the building, and all of that. That would be accurate if I'm not mistaken, right?
I can't speak to all of our assets, but I can speak to one that you mentioned. We do have an asset retirement obligation for like the landfills, the waste transfer sites, with reclamation activities related to that, and we do hold reserves, keeping in mind of when you have to turn those back or when those assets are retired. So and that we review on a regular basis, because regulations change, and so sometimes those regulation changes could incur additional expenses that right now may not be planned for entirely.
Perfect, thanks. I know it wasn't really on topic, but thought worth mentioning.
Thank you. So this, going back to the reclamation of the pit.
Yes.
Do you put aside 60,000 every year, or, because 60,000 seems fairly low to reclaim something like that size?
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. We do not. The $60,000 that I reference is what currently sits in that reserve, and we review that on a regular basis based on what we believe the cost of reclamation would be. And so there's no additional contributions planned at this time.
So during the year-end process, which involves our audit review, we have to look at all of our future obligations, like if a landfill or as an example, or in this case, a gravel pit. And so we review what the future obligation will be of that asset, and it is adjusted for in each year end and reviewed as well. So there's a lot of, we obviously rely on our subject matter experts to help us kind of understand what that end end requirement or obligation will be. So that's reviewed regularly as part of that process, and we adjust in our financial statements to show those obligations.
So then, to maybe on Lauren's point, just asking like what the actual cost, the estimated cost might be at the end of life of that pit to reclaim it, then are you suggesting then that, like that work that Graham is doing in the interim is to help mitigate that big spike at the end? Is that the idea, or is that 50 to 60 what you feel comfortable would be the cost, or I'm assuming there's a correlation there?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Campbell. So we believe where we're at right now, because we do review our aero obligations annually, that the $60,000 would cover those costs if we were to divest of that pit. There's twofold to that question as well, to answer your question, is there are annual regulatory requirements with our pit maintenance and management that we conduct in-house and perform, and Graham keeps us on track with that and compliant. We've had success with closing other pits in the county when they've been reclaimed, and they look amazing. So I'm very confident where we're at with our current dollar value, as well as procedurally that we can execute that properly when the time comes for the county. Okay, I'd like to move to the next line. So highlighted as fall dust control, alluded to that one earlier under additional sales. The $300,000 that's represented here would be the cost for the actual product. And so MG30 is where we currently have a contract. Maybe I should mention that in 2025, we did submit an RFP, which has not been done historically for products like this by the county, and we're successful. We're very happy with that because it actually lowered our cost from our 2024 cost for 2025. It's a 3-year contract, 2026 and 2027. I know we're only talking cents per liter, but when you're using millions of liters, it does add up, and we're happy that we're able to do that, and we'll roll that forward. Now, with that said, the estimate here of $300,000, this is the assumption based on talking to other jurisdictions that offer a second application or a fall application for dust suppression, that 60% of current residents who pay for a first application would also pay for a second application. So that's where the $300,000 comes from, and it is a best guess. Our neighbor to the east of us, the MD of Tabor, has offered that level of service with a second application, and their uptake is 60 to 70% of those that get a first application also pay for a second application. So from a planning perspective, that's where we landed to bring that in here. Of note on that is we would not we wouldn't purchase that product unless it's actually, that service is purchased by end users. So on that end, if council did not decide to change the level of service and offer a fall application, it actually wouldn't have direct impacts to our overall budget. The only impact is the opportunity cost with our crews, doing dust suppression for what we're looking at now is probably 10 operational days for the spring and 10 operational days for the fall. So that aligns with where we've been historically as well.
Mr. I'm assuming that if we opted to change the level of service on that and approve this, and we didn't get the uptake, this is product that is something that could sit over the winter and be utilized in the spring if we didn't utilize all of it?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Curtis, for your question. We would not purchase the product, and no, we cannot store MG30 over the winter. It's not something that we have a contracted rate. We buy it by truck. The truckloads are 35,000 liters per truck, and it is a real-time delivery and use. We store very little of it, and definitely not over the winter.
Okay, so we would
So we
only
would-
expend what we needed.
That is correct.
Right.
That is correct. And we don't have, with our RFB, we have some volume metrics of, based on our historical use of the product, but there would be no risk of us not using this volume of MG30 at all.
Cole, you have a comment?
Yeah, so Well, the entire, obviously, budget is council's and the level of service. I think this is a bigger decision than just saying, hey, it's an in and out. There's not a budgetary impact from an opportunity cost. I know council knows this, but I think I would be remiss not saying it. One of the biggest complaints we get is around our dust suppression program, to the point where it's an expectation challenge, and it's a constant tug of war for us and for operations, where it's almost, on one hand, the assumption is that dust suppression is dust elimination, without recognizing that there are factors outside of our control, inclement weather, rainfall, and then the intensity of those operations. There's differences in dust suppression between the haul roads and the gravel roads, and how we treat and maintain those. And so, a lot of people that get the dust suppression, they're fine with the road deteriorating to a point, and the feedback we get is, well, they drive slower if the road's beat up. And we've been reluctant until the last few years, until Brian, and I have to commend him, because it's not the popular thing, but it is the right thing, to say that road condition is deteriorated to a point, it needs to be maintained. We are grading through this road. We are making sure that they meet our standards and our level of service, versus grading here, lifting your blade, stopping, and then grading 200 meters down the line, and then leaving that section. And so I think we've really struggled with what to bring forward to council for a couple reasons, because I go back and forth between get rid of the program, nobody likes the program, then don't do it at all, and the opportunity cost for us to go and maintain those roads is significantly greater. I don't think that's the right answer per se, but if we're going to keep the program, we also are going to have to maintain those sections, and there's an expectation, and we'll be very clear, your road might get graded through, your dust suppression might get graded through. Now, multi-year applications have proven to hold up with that maintenance activity, but I think this is something that we need to, I think this is one of the key decisions in this budget for council, to decide on what they want that level of service to be, because I think it is an inflection point of how we're going to set those expectations and how we're going to proceed. Is that fair, Ryan?
Yeah, I appreciate that quote. I might add as well, so in the 2025 season, as part of our RFP, we had asked vendors to propose other dust suppression products. And so we did trial one product. It was an oil-based product, and it did not perform any better than what we currently use with the MG30, but it was 4 times the cost. And so in addition to that trial, we also did a compaction study. So we're looking at how compaction relates to the overall efficacy of MG30 over time. And again, the results of that as well show that compaction at the highest point had nominal additional benefit. And so based on those, based on the compaction studies, we're looking that we're going to change how we actually put our application for MG30 as well. And there's some operational cost savings in doing that. So we're looking as well for that for our 2026 season, which will also make us more efficient for the application.
Ryan, on that note,
Yes.
I assume you're talking about packing?
Correct.
So when you say the overall quality, are you talking about the condition of the road or the ability to suppress dust, or is there a correlation there? Like if the road is packed, is there maybe a surface quality enhancement, but maybe not a dust control enhancement, or how would you frame that?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Campbell, for the question. So it is twofold. Devin can jump in any time on this as well, because him and his team managed with engineering. So we had a third party do the compaction studies. The drivability certainly is improved with compaction, but the sustainability of that drivability is nominal compared to if you were to just compact or have it traffic packed over time in those sections. From a dust suppression, there is little to no difference if we pack it versus if we don't at the time of application. What we saw from the compaction study, the biggest value is if you have residual already in the road of MG30, those areas hold up the best for both drivability as well as dust suppression. Devin, anything more to add on that?
Oh, I think you described it well, Ryan. I think with the, pardon me, with the test section that we did, there was really a negligible difference between compacted and uncompacted. Excuse me. And a strategy that we do on site is when those loaded MG30 trucks are coming down those sections, we'll stagger them as they come down those completed sections to provide that little bit of compaction and get it to a state where it is a nice smooth surface. But what we saw, we did 3 sections. One was 100% compaction, one was half, and one was 0. And performance-wise, there was very, very little difference, if no difference at all. I believe other municipalities do not do compaction either, and they've found success in doing it that way.
So like, as Cole mentioned, this would be the one decision point for council, with this, change of level of service.
Ryan, may I also?
Yeah.
I know we've talked in the past about this being a subsidized program, and I think that's a bit of a loaded term. Could you maybe speak to that a little bit and just how that's been approached, and if there is, I would like to have that discussion anyways, how we move forward. I think that the second application is part of the discussion, but I also think how we approach that from a funding.
I thank you.
You're welcome.
Reeve Campbell for that question. I would recommend that we move to a closed session under intermunicipal relations, section 26.
If there's, we could talk about the, maybe before we do that, I think the one thing that we will, how we've collected revenue and how we've accounted for it has been challenging, and I think the percentage anchor has been somewhat misleading to say it's 50-50, but what we have not accounted for are the equipment, the salaries, so we look at the cost of the MG30, which is part of it, and so I know we've looked across jurisdictions, and that's probably what Ryan wants to talk about here, and we can move into that on how they've approached that. But I think for the public section of this, it is subsidized, but probably not to the degree that we've historically thought. However, we haven't broken out some of those numbers because it's not how we do our budgeting. So to know what some of those labor hours are, what the equipment costs are, what that piece is, and then the secondary conversation to that is the opportunity cost. If that's 20 days of teams applying dust suppression, that is 20 days of us not doing something else. And so I think that that's the secondary point to the subsidy piece. But I know that Ryan's done a lot of research on this, talked to other jurisdictions on how they've approached it, and with that being their business, that probably is a conversation for closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we should really get to the bones of this, so motion to move to closed session.
Thank you, Eric. Eric, move into a closed Floor is yours, Ryan.
So any further discussions on level of service change for second application for dust suppression within the county?
You want to go first? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, discussion on a second application. This is a new concept, and I'd like it to be fleshed out a little bit of what it would look like for us to go ahead with that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Van Essen, for your question. I'm not sure if it's a new concept for the county. I'd have to defer to Devin if the county has done this in the past. I don't believe so.
So, I'm not sure what year we, we switched to one application, maybe Counselor Hickey would recall, but we did do 2 applications quite a few years ago and then, moved to that single application. I don't have the background as to why that occurred, but I do know, when I started at the county, there was a spring and a fall application, and perhaps Counselor Hickey may have more information on that.
I don't think it was a fall. Like if you got it in, say, May, they would come back in July and top it up. Like you got 2 liters to start, and you got another liter in July, because it wasn't quite up to par. But I don't remember them doing anything in the fall.
So maybe I need to clarify, when I say the fall, what we would look at targeting to mirror other jurisdictions that do have a second application would be probably about middle to end of August, so that you can really hit the harvest to try to get the greatest value out of actually having a dust suppression application. So what you end up with is your spring application. If we were to get 90 days of good dust suppression out of the product, you've won the lottery. You're doing very well, because the product is not designed for heavy hauling. And we could apply the product and you could do a manure haul 2 days later and it is completely gone. It is beat right out of the road. So we would look at basically 3 months windows where we do our initial application in May and then circle back basically 3 months later in August to do the fall or the August application and try to get through that harvest season. So it really mirrors your busy spring season for some producers and then tries to balance with what they're looking for from a service delivery for harvest and silage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically, if we decided to move forward with this would still be based on a voluntary program where anybody that wanted to sign up to it, they could sign up to 1 application or 2 applications. Would they be able to just sign up to a fall application if they chose, or I guess that's probably getting into too much detail. Well, I don't need to know that. Never mind. But it would be fully voluntarily then, right?
That is correct, Councillor Kurbis. This is a user pay service that the county provides for residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My chief complaints come in is it's too late, early summer silaging is already happening. So if we can target that May, getting it all done in May, that would make a lot of people really happy, because by mid to end of June, there's silaging happening. And then, yeah, second application, I think that already early August from our area, we could start to see a great need for it by then as well. I'd like to see as council to see if or I guess more if you would put the proposal out there, what a second application, if we're going to be having to up our price, or if it's something we could look at including it as a increased level of service for our ratepayers.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe through the chair to Councillor Van Essen. I just need to clarify that question. So we do have to make the decision now because the applications need to account for that for securing material costs. We need to update the forms for purchasing so we can get those quantity volumes here in the new year. Is your question and request for a proposal in subsidizing the second application, or is it, like, what specifically information are you looking for as part of that program?
Yeah, thank you there. I think our second application is a lighter amount typically, historically. I'd like to see what it would take for us to include it as an included level of service as a second application, more or less like historically what we used to do, that, hey, it's 2 applications. The rate of unhappy residents with it, as we mentioned earlier, it's our biggest complaint. I think we got one kick at making this better, or I'm prepared to move towards like discontinuing, just the amount of problems with it. Or problems, that's a stretch. Complaints. Yes, we can talk about expectation, that it's suppression, it's not gone, but long story short, I'd like to see if it's possible in our budget to include the second application in their purchase price. And that's up for council to chat about as well.
I mean, we can, maybe we put that as a parking lot item, on the board, can have Haley look and pull what that total is, but my initial assumption is that's a 7-figure ask. So anything's possible, whatever council wants to do, but that's not gonna be a small number. But we'll pull what that total dust suppression program is, and I think we can make some general assumptions right now to quantify that, to even say, is that a 67% of cost of that between what we're spending today, if we're saying that's truly included in that original purchase price. But we'll pull that information and come back to it. Does that work?
Thank you. So, Ryan,
Yep.
so what is the number that is in the budget right now, and the budget change? Are we then, I guess on Eric's question, are we assuming that if our current practice of one application is X, moving forward, the cost would be 2X then? Is that or what are we proposing right now? I'm a little confused, sorry.
Yeah, so the second application would be fully paid for by the resident. So this waterfall shows you the expenditure side on the 300,000, but the assumption is that we're collecting whatever that amount is, because this is assuming that that's 300,000. It could be 5, it could be 2, but we need to know if we're offering it. Whatever it is, they would be paying for that second application. So changing the number the way the budget's presented does not change the tax support in this proposal. Based on Councillor Van Essen's request, that would in turn take the revenue side off of that, and then that would be a different conversation. Yeah.
What the 300,000 represents is if 60% of current individuals that have a first application were to choose to pay for a second application. That was an estimate based on numbers from the NDA table, where they have 60 to 70% of their residents that do purchase a second application. But yeah, this was very much pay-as-you-play, is my original proposal.
So what do you think the demand would be? Do you think that half the people who have it done now would want a fall application, or you got any idea?
60%, Lauren, is
Oh,
what that number
sorry.
represents, 60.
Okay.
So, yeah, in the MDA table, it's 60 to 70% of those who have a first application purchase a second application. That's been their historical uptake from residents. So that's what that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would that be at the initial time of a person doing an application for it then, to make the request for a second application, or would that be a separate?
We would have to, because we'd have to secure the material.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Ackerman, for that question. What we would do is we'd open it up, but it would be a separate application for a fall. You'd apply for it just like you applied for the first one, you'd apply for a second. And upon receiving payment, then we would schedule that in and do the work.
So there's some assumptions built into this, because I think if we were offering a second application, I could see a greater degree of resident uptake, because the value obviously would be there if it was subsidized. It'd be a different value proposition. We spent out 500,000 last year, just shy of 500,000, just on the residential portion of that dust control application. That doesn't count a second application on any of our general county, which I think would also be a consideration if we're doing that and saying, hey, we're doing it here to do it there. That's another 400,000. So it would be somewhere, it would be about 500,000 to include that plus. And because again, I think we would have a higher uptake probably if we were doing a second application.
So certainly we can go back, we'll relook at what that would look like in terms of costing, and rework all those numbers. We do have the data, we can use the historical data to re-engineer what the projections would be with some assumptions that we'd fully disclose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would that then in turn take another, let's say, 20 days of your guys' manpower to have to go do this all again? Well, do you have the time? Do they have the time for that?
Yeah, so, thank you, Councillor Slump, for that question in terms of opportunity costs and crew structure. So with, the work we did with our compaction trial, we are looking to change, our laydown. It's called we would do it as a top shot. We'd actually incorporate our divisional graders that are already in certain, in geographic areas within the county. And, through that, there is, quite a significant, operational cost savings as well as time. So I've challenged the team to move from what was a 23-day application for the 2025 season to cut that in half, being that we would target 10 days for the spring and then 10 days for the fall. So would be a wash, but again, if this program, if it's covered or subsidized differently from the county, would probably anticipate greater uptake, which that we would have to address that based on, how many linear meters that we need to apply. So there's certainly a risk there if there's a dramatic increase of what am I not now doing because we're doing additional dust suppression applications throughout the county.
Currently, the actual physical application of the product is by a contractor, is that correct? It's not our actual apparatus that is applying the product, is that correct, or?
That is correct. So it's through our RFP. We do have a spray, it's called Kansas Ridge, is that correct, Deb? Kansas Ridge, for our spray trucks. It's Kansas Ridge, yeah. It is, we have a rate for the application for the top shot. That's part of our RFP on the rate.
Does having a vendor provide that service, does it, is that a constraint on our ability as to when we can apply it? If, I think you know where I'm going, but if we were to drastically increase the number of miles, does that have a different discussion on from a capital perspective? And are we able to administer this program entirely internally? And I realize there's obviously a huge budget impact to that,
Yeah.
but when I think to Eric's point, when we talk about time, I think that is one of my concerns as well, is I see it in the spring where it's, especially with weather, we're late, and I think August, the last 3 out of 5 years, we've been combining the last week of July, first week of August. So I know that's not the same for everywhere, but if we're combining, that probably means someone else is silaging. And so
Yeah.
I do have, our ability to get that down timely is also important. So I guess, yeah, sorry.
No, appreciate the clarification, Reeve Campbell. So we did reach out and talk to our vendor for the application, and they're confident that they would be able to support us if we were to proceed with a fall application, or whatever we're gonna call that now, if that's the decision of council. And because the operational changes that we're looking to make, we can do a lot more roads, a lot more miles, in the same period of time. Okay. All right, we'll move on. Where are we at? Line painting. Line painting is an activity that we do every 2 years, and so you'll see with 26, 27, 28, you'll see, and in and out as we do put a reserve amount aside to do our line painting every 2 years. That's the 124 and the 124 in 27 and 28. Slight increase for those services is that's a contracted out service that we purchase. Also of note, in 2027, already spoke about the reserve differences and that realignment that we're doing as a whole. The one that I didn't speak to already is operating projects. So in the 2026, the $304,000. And so The next slide has detail on those operating projects, and we can go over those in detail if there's no further questions from this slide. Okay. So typically operational projects are, one-time, same year projects. All of these represented here are one-time funding requests, totaling $304,000, except for the top line. This line of $120,000, this is for a deep base stabilized road treatment trial. This would be, 2026 would be year one of what I propose as a 5-year trial. What deep base stabilization is it goes 6 to 12 inches with a reclaimer. This would be a contracted service that we would work with a vendor on doing, and they come in and they infuse MG30 much deeper than our current process with our current mill raiser, which is only about 2 or 3 inches. So we've reviewed other roads in northern Alberta, as well as there's a stretch of road by Riding on Stone that they installed using this technique 5 years ago, and it has dramatically reduced ongoing maintenance costs. And so it is something that we believe is something that we would like to look at trialing over the next 5 years. So that's the big ticket item here. We've identified some roads that we would do for 2026, and then for the preceding years. Just because we do this or invest in this trial for the first year, it doesn't mean that we actually know if this is a proof of concept in year one. In fact, it's gonna be minimum, best case scenario, would be 3 years. And so that's why I've proposed a 5-year commitment that we invest in this, unless after the first year, if this is a complete fail and has no value at all, then obviously we would not invest. But really, we won't know if it will reduce our maintenance costs long-term, meaning after 3 years or after 5 years, until we actually are at that point. And so, any questions? I have a whole project proposal on this particular trial.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Subject to it being successful, how many years does it have to hold up to give us a payback?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Van Essen, for that question. Based on our current costs for our maintenance costs for a single mile of haul route priority 1 road where we infuse MG30 annually, it would need to be 3 years. Nothing is zero maintenance, it's a gravel road, but significantly reduce maintenance costs. But that's why I said a minimum 3 years to see if this is something that has greater value added than our current process with our haul routes, with the mill raising injected roads that we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification. So the $120,000, is that per year for the next 5 years, or is that 120 cover the 5 years of the program?
That is, thank you, Councilor Saris, for that question. And sorry if it was confusing there. That's $120,000 per year for 5 years. So what we're looking at now is a $60,000 a mile is what that works out to. Now, I am working with our neighbors to the east of us that have also done some roads. County of 40 Mile actually has used this quite a bit. Deep base stabilization has had a lot of success with it, but since they've done that, they've now paved on top of those roads. So I can't really see what their results were, but they were very happy with it, but I haven't seen their sections. But I'm hoping that other jurisdictions, if we can bundle more mileage for this vendor when they come down, there's opportunity to reduce the mobilization costs that we would incur with only doing a couple miles.
Thank you. So, just out of curiosity, what's the difference between deep base stabilization and cement stabilization?
Okay.
Is there a big difference, or how does that?
I'm gonna have Devin jump in because I'm losing my voice and I need to grab a drink.
So, great question. That deep base stabilization would essentially take a gravel road or a base stabilized road and inject that MG30 6 to 12 inches down and stabilize it further than the 4-inch gravel mat we're currently doing. Cement stabilization is your mixing cement powder into that 12 inches, and it's creating a much harder and much more durable surface than you then put that double chip seal on top of, which gets you more to a level of service compared to a paved road. Not quite there, but it's more of a paved road level of service compared to this deep base stabilization. That cement stabilization has a lot longer life cycle as well than the MG30 base stabilization, but the cost is also exponentially higher. So this program is kind of, I would say, an in-between between our kind of what Ryan is currently doing with our base stabilization and that cement stabilization standard.
Thank you, Devin.
Yeah, so I think that's actually a perfect segue to the conversation too, and we didn't include this in the budget because we don't have it fleshed out enough, and I know AT is doing some projects that they've approached us that may make sense for us to piggyback, and so we've talked about trying to trial these. We need to do something different with our base stabilized roads, and I'm not an expert, but Ryan and Devin and the teams have been doing a ton of work. This is, and I'm going to steal Ryan's language, this is one horse in the race. I think cement stabilized is another horse that we need to put in the race, and we need to start doing this now so that we can make some of those key decisions as we gather more information. So while it's not in here, something that we want to put together and work on for one of the projects that might come out of those reserves, once we have more information on what that scope and scale is doing a trial of cement stabilization on a similar segment of road. All the more reason that we need like the armadillos in here for the traffic counts and adding some of that information so that we can actually assess the wear and tear on these investments. Because cement stabilization, Devin, a mile we estimated was at 600,000, 800 with the chip seal. So we're talking 60,000 here versus the 800,000 there, which great, maybe that ROI is there, but we need to start making some of these key investments without going out and saying, hey, we're going to do a bunch of miles. Let's start doing some test sites, do them on similar segments. We know they're going to wear and tear. We know weather's going to be similar. We'll get that data, and then at least there's more information for council to make some of those long-term decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you're talking about the return on that, and thank you very much for that, Cole, because that segues right into what I was going to ask. Talking about if it lasts for 3 years, then we've got our return off of it. So I mean, ultimately, what we want to see this is to last significantly longer than 3 years, because 3 years is kind of like, if it's less than 3 years, we've lost money on it. It's 3 years, it's a break-even point. It really, the goal on this is to find something that is going to give us a return as opposed to just paying us back for our efforts. And so if I'm correct in that assumption, then 3 years is kind of anything past 3 years, we're into the gravy then.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Curtis, for your comment. You're correct. That's, as I mentioned earlier, the 3 years would be a break-even point based on our current base stabilized cost to maintain those roads. I do need to note that why I've looking at a 5-year trial and doing 2 miles per year, because we're going to look at different types of roads with different traffic. So for some areas, a less traveled road that may have a reduced speed limit on it, it doesn't have agriculture implements that are used on it. I can think of a number of those where we're quite certain that we could get 5 years plus, and that would be actually very good value for dollar in those roads. So not all sections of road are equal, but what we don't know is how this will stand up compared to our current haul routes with the high intensity that we continue to see. And that intensity will only continue to grow during the life of this project. And so, as Cole mentioned, one of the asks here is also purchasing some additional traffic count, automated traffic counting pieces, which is a core element that we build into our asset management platform, and we can track and trend year over year, because that does directly tie to road condition and road use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the cement stabilization, like Cole was saying, it'd be nice to start seeing that on, your priority one haul route, stuff like that. But, because I know the stuff that you guys did on Old Highway there by Noble Ford by the 519, that has done very good, but it also doesn't get the traffic that a haul route would, right? Like the big semis and stuff. I'm just curious how that would hold up if that was something that we could start looking at doing, is doing that cement stabilization through the priority ones, cause that cut down a lot of cost too, right? Cost a lot in the beginning, but.
Do you want to speak to that, Devin? Just
Sure.
the timing and where we're at with that.
So it's absolutely something we're looking at. We need to establish essentially what our maintenance requirements are on some of those roadways that we're spending more time on, and does that ROI make sense to go to a cement stabilized standard? Some cases it may, some cases it may not. In some cases, that deep base stabilized standard may be the answer. So don't have the answer for you today, but something we've talked about extensively in looking at some of those haul routes, and perhaps if that ROI makes sense, bringing that forward for council's consideration.
Yeah, thanks, Devin. I think one point is to be prepared that if we do make an investment and it doesn't meet our expectations, that we have to be prepared to call it what it is. If it's a fail, it's a fail, but we need more horses in the race. We need to trial different products that other jurisdictions have had success with. We just don't know in our conditions how that's gonna look and how it's gonna respond, and that's why, like I said, this is a huge proposal in terms of how we're gonna measure this, how we're gonna monitor it, and how we'll track the data to say, does this make sense? But this is like I said, it's a 5-year deal to really get a sense of where we're gonna land and where do we get the best bang for our buck long term. Lauren?
Thank you. So just a little further, on this base stabilization project here one, what would the big difference be between what we did before when we used the rototilled in the calcium?
The bent time.
Is there a deeper base, or what do you see as the difference? And I know that we did a study on what we did before. I think the biggest downfall was it wasn't long enough. It was only for a year and a half or something like that, and it didn't show the results it should have.
Maybe defer to Devin. I'm guessing you're referring to the bentonite, the addition of the bentonite in those roads?
Yeah.
For the haul routes?
We had a mixture.
Yes.
Sorry, Councilor Hickey, can you repeat your question, just so I'm clear?
Just the
So I'm just wondering, how does this compare to what we did before when we used the razor
Okay.
to rototill in the
Right.
the bentonite and the pelletized
The calcium, yeah.
Yeah.
So that, we applied a 4-inch mat of gravel to the top of an existing gravel road, injected the calcium and added the bentonite to that 4 inches only. What this is proposing to do is go down up to 12 inches and mix all of that in. So you're taking some of that underlying soils, mixing in with that granular that we placed, and injecting that MG30. So it's a deeper treatment than previously, and it's incorporating some clay into it as well. One thing that we saw is the aggregate that we were using was very low in plasticity, which is clay content in the gravel, and that's what really binds it together. So when you're traveling on some roads and you see that surface is very loose and it's popping, there's that lack of clay to bind it all together. So with this process, you're bringing up some of that clay, those underlying soils, and getting a more cohesive mix that holds moisture longer and should result in a longer lasting surface. That's the intent anyway, but that's why we want to do some trials, just to do that comparison.
Did that answer your question?
Go ahead, Ryan.
No questions? So thank you for all the questions on the deep base stabilized road. We can walk through all these. Is there any particular ones for discussion or questions on these?
John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the armadillos in the traffic count, I understand the concept of what they do. I'm wondering whether they have the ability to determine the size of the vehicle.
Thank you, Councillor Curvis, for that question. They do not they don't.
Okay, fair.
What they do include is, in addition to count, they do also have the speed, and speed is also direct correlation on the impact of the roads as well. We do own 2 of these currently, and we do rely quite heavily on this information for operational decision making, as well as include that in our asset management for sections of roads.
Do you have on that, Cole, or?
Yeah, it's on that, and it's something that's not lost on us. I think we want to understand, as part of this, there's actually a few pieces at play here. I just want council to understand what we're working through, because we have talked about it. There is technology that will help us do that. There's technology that'll count the number of axles or different ways that you can measure it. Most of those are significant investments, and we don't have a lot of data on our gravel roadways for traffic counts and everything else. So even the transfer that Ryan already highlighted, moving from Public Works and his waterfall into infrastructure, is some of that FTE count that we're trying to top up and combine this, so we get somebody that's in the field helping with the AM coordination, the liaison, moving those armadillos, start gathering some layer of information, and we move in. As we can narrow that down, then we start to look at some of those other technologies to say, okay, how do we actually figure out what the intensity of that traffic is, not just the traffic count? Because to your point, 200 light-duty trucks can go down that road, and you have a silage haul on a different, like, it's not the same. We're just trying to narrow that gap at this stage, and it's still early. So I don't want anybody to have the assumption that any of this is a silver bullet. This is us layering in information as we move towards that ultimate goal.
Thanks. Well, and don't get me wrong, I asked the question because, you know, if, in an ideal situation, it would be great, but I appreciate that it's more data than we had before. And so, you know, I'm not trying to put it in a negative light. I was just wondering whether it actually had that ability. Be awesome if it did, because then we would be able to tell, okay, yeah, we've got X number of large trucks and light-duty traffic, but it's, as you said, it's better than what we have now, which is little to nothing, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, do recognize that. Cole is correct. The technology is out there. It's used on paved surfaces, often that will count axles and different vehicle sizes. They also look at bidirectionals for multi-lane. So there's technology that's out there, has not been successfully employed in gravel roads, because you would have to like dig a trench in your road permanently, leave it there, and hasn't been tried, and would be very cost prohibitive at this point in time. So right now if we can start with some count data, that is going to definitely help us from where we are today. Lauren?
Thank you. So, John asked most of what I was gonna ask, but would you still need to hire the humanized traffic counters as well? I'll call them humanized, I don't know what else to call them.
Yes, Patty is a
human- the
lovely
human
lady.
that-
Patty is a wonderful member of our team. I'll have Devin speak to that,
I-
because I believe there's some.
I would
requirements there.
actually, yeah, I don't know what Devin's gonna say, but,
I do.
before we do that, I think this one is a closed session discussion, related to personal information, if we're gonna be able to speak about that openly. Whether it does or doesn't replace that individual or not, I don't know the answer to that, but I don't know that that's a conversation for public session.
That's fair enough.
You're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, we'll leave that there then.
All right. I walked through, the other projects here, Lafarge Road. This is for some potential if we needed to change, traffic flow on that particular section of road. This is a maybe, something we're looking at, currently operationally. The next one, hard surface consultant, as we're looking for more planning on managing our hard surfaces, we're looking to bring a consultant on board for that to better line, so that we actually have better data, more assessments, and really build that out over our operational period in 2026. And then the final two, Shaughnessy Pump Station, we just need to put a fence around it to protect our infrastructure. And then the final one, this was a really successful piece for us, actually, for our 2025 season, where you may have seen that we had a grader that was temporarily staged in Stewart Siding. We were able to rent a small plot of land with a vendor there, where we had our fuel tank there, and that actually significantly cut down our mobilization time for that particular grader operator to function in Divisional 1. In fact, up to 45 minutes a day in terms of efficiency to improve our productivity. So we're looking to do that again because we don't have, aside from our Coldell shop, we don't have anything in Division 1 for our grader operators like we do in our other divisions, where they kind of live full-time and work directly out of there. So that's a huge operational efficiency here for a very small dollar amount to go and find just a spot of land or a vacant lot, so. Okay. We'll move to fleet services.
Could we just take maybe
sure.
a quick 5?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who is?
you very much. We'll call the meeting back to order at 12:15 this afternoon. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So moving into our fleet department, just a quick overview. Fleet Services Department maintains, repairs all small engine, light duty trucks, heavy duty trucks, heavy equipment, with costs allocated to department through our equipment rentals. It also provides preventive maintenance, manages commercial vehicle files, conducts CVIPs, and oversees warranties and recalls to keep the fleet reliable and cost effective. So overview of this slide, we'll get into the details on the expenditure side with the waterfall. Really the key highlights here, we've really flatlined our operational of this. It's probably the most consistent of all of our departments. What you're seeing here is a carbon tax levy. We're showing that because that will be escalated as per government regulation until 30/30. So that estimate based on our current volume is 40 grand and then goes 50, 54 over the next 3 years. The other one where you're seeing that cost savings is we completed our Fuel Master upgrade. So this is our automated real-time fuel servicing where we count for all the fuel that goes in and out of our vehicles by vehicle. And so we finished that in 2025, so you're seeing that as a cost reduction for 2026. And then the other elements there are just internal realignments with actual expenditures. Any questions on fleet? This is the one that's fairly straightforward as a whole.
Any questions on fleet for Ryan? Go ahead.
So 26 and 27 have that escalation cost. And so it's just, we've absorbed that this year with the operating projects paying back, or how did we absorb that escalation?
Like just so I'm clear, Councillor Van Essen, are you looking at the difference between 26 and 27?
Yeah, so when we go 26 to 7 and 7 to 8, I guess it would be, there's a 113 and a 120 escalation. How did we absorb that this year? Or did we just not have a cost escalation?
Yeah, so when we, and Justin, maybe I'll have Justin actually speak to this one in terms of what the final bucket in that, but what we looked at is line by line, some things that we didn't do a blanket escalation on as we reviewed our operational budget for 2026, based on what we already know.
Through the reeve to Councillor Van Essen. You'll notice the escalation is on the fourth bucket here, so it's 33,000 higher than the previous year, and then in 2026 it's 113, and escalation in between 27 28 budget is the 120. It is lower, and some of that's to do with the timing of when we looked at the dollars for the budget this year. So I didn't want to just blanket apply a percentage across every single line item.
Sean McRae. So we moved part of the staffing was fully bucketed and planned for in 25 in fleet. The salaries, which was the escalation that we've placed on everything in those future years, is broken out from 25 to 26. But the specific escalation there is we've expanded the scope. So some of that FTE that was originally fully bucketed to that department is now split across multiple departments based on their scope of work. That's why it's less in this year and greater in the subsequent years, because then that's applied escalation. So we're actually decreasing that, if you look at the slide above, and then it starts to escalate normally there. So that's just the differential, is all that is.
Okay, good.
Next one here, utility services and programs. So quick overview, Lethbridge County operates and maintains a large regional water system, wastewater infrastructure and solid waste services to ensure reliable utility delivery, environmental protection and support for residents, businesses, and the growing agri-food sector. These programs involve system monitoring, repairs, regulatory compliance, lagoon treatments and maintenance, and waste disposal services, all backed by ongoing investment and planned maintenance to ensure long-term sustainability. As you'll see on this slide here,
Ryan, sorry, were you, do you?
Yeah, I think before we go any further, let's,
sure.
yeah. So we're gonna, I think for some of this conversation, it's gonna be really important pursuant to ATIA Section 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations. Then we just need to start the conversation in closed, and then we can come out of closed for the remainder of the discussion related to utilities, if that's all right
Okay.
with council.
Okay. Eric?
Motion to move into closed session.
Eric's moved to enter a closed session at 12:21 this afternoon. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? How do you want to do? Those opposed? Kevin's moved to come out of a closed session at 12:42. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Floor is yours, Ryan.
Okay, thank you. We see here operating projects in 2026. Total spend that the ask is $150,000. It's for two projects. One is in Iron Springs. It's to do some maintenance activities, some minor repairs there that will significantly extend the life of that to avoid some much more costly repairs and fixes. It's $75,000. And then the second one here is to improve the quality of the raw water in the Broxburn Business Park. That one's targeted for $75,000. This is water that is used by the majority of the businesses in that area, and we've had significant problems with water quality, and it's been a struggle because that system has been neglected for quite a while, and so we're very confident in this technology will actually solve that to increase the quality of the water. So those are two. Any questions on either of those? All right, we'll move to the final one, and you'll be done from hearing from me for a bit. Ag Services. So Ag Services, fairly broad, where we actually invest in addition to what we're legislatively responsible for weed control, pest inspection, soil conservation, and management of those elements. Mowing and weed control are really key activities that we do throughout the year, and that's what we'll represent here budgetarily. Do want to highlight the fact, and I know we brought this up in an ASB meeting earlier in the week, the reduction we did have on one of the grants, but you'll see the other portion of the grant was awarded for 5 years. So let's move into this. We'll start from left to right. What we're seeing here with the personnel adjustments, again, finally just right-sizing our budgetary allocations using our Questica software so that everything's aligned properly on that end. And that includes our COLA as well at 2% for that team. So we're not reducing headcount here, just to be clear. We're not reducing our headcount with these teams. It's just a right size. And so if you were to look at back to the slide of Public Works where we were up, where we're spending more, and they offset. It's not net zero, but the bulk of that remainder, there's only about $150,000, and the majority of that is actually cost of living. So between this and that other portfolio where we right-sized for staffing. So that's internal. Scope increase here is actually some additional chemical use for spraying, roadside spraying that we anticipate in 2026, and so you see that charge there. Scope decrease. Highlighted this one, didn't really need to, but it's just some savings that were identified internally that as we always review line by line, no change to level of service, but just as we reallocate internally, so I wanted to highlight that. And then you see escalation, IT, fleet allocation, and the budget adjustments are highlighted there as well. For operating projects, that's coming down. This is a realignment where in 2025, our MR funding to support the Turin, flip to this, yeah, the Turin Park that we redid in 2025, the funding flowed through our operations, and now we've corrected that for future expenditures will flow directly from the reserve. So Haley's supported us with that. So that's why you're seeing this reduction of the 110, and then also seeing that change as well in 2027, that -40. It's right sizing where those monies are flowing. They shouldn't flow through our operational account on that. Just a couple operational projects that we have planned for 2026. we have a 5-year cycle. We're tightening up our whole tree maintenance program as a whole, looking to add and finesse that in our asset management system. We do have a lot of those already recognized there. But we're seeing trees that need some care and attention near power lines, and that's work that we're not qualified or should we be doing that because of the level of risk. And so we're looking for $40,000 for 2026, where we'll hire a contractor to service and maintain some trees that need to be addressed before they become a bigger problem for the county. And then the second line there is the manure bypass program, which we've had funding in there in the past. Sorry.
Oh, just a question on manure bypass. We actually have some uptake on that finally?
I did receive a request for an install in spring of 2026. And so I believe the amount that we had put there was $5,000 per install. And because I saw one, in anticipation that if there is one more in 2026, I figured maybe we ensure that we have that covered in the budget instead of having to find that or pull from somewhere else. So that's why you're seeing for funding for 2.
I think that's wonderful. It's a great program, and it would be nice to see more uptake on that.
Thank you, John.
Mark?
Just to backtrack, just on the contracting for tree removal, does the power company not look at the lines and they do that, or is this something else that we do, other areas we're not?
Yeah, so Fortis is the provider in the county. They don't provide tree pruning for free in those rights. Weave Connect, we do work with them, but you're responsible as a private landowner to manage the trees in that distance if there's any impacts to the power lines. What they'll do is they'll come in, they have crews for sure, but they'll come in, they'll send you the bill if they come in and do that work.
I think there is some nuance there,
Yeah.
depending on where it is in their life cycle, affecting where it works, but on private land within that right away is something that we private stuff.
Yeah, we did reach out to Fortis and we'll work with them, but it's our obligation to ensure that if it's trees within our right of way or our properties, that they're not interfering with the infrastructure.
Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the manure bypass crossing, so I've had a few people ask me about that. Does the county pay for that then? Like or do they have to cover that?
So if I understand correctly, the program, when it was there, is that the county would cover up to $5,000 of that install, and we do that work in-house. Because this will be, I believe, the first one we've done in 3 years. I think that program was rolled out in 2024. Does anyone correct me on that? We haven't scoped this one yet because it was a late application just like a month ago. But we'll get out there and have a look, but I'm confident we'll be able to conduct that work to get that done. And that's it. I'm gonna pass it over to Devin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Pleased to introduce the Development and Infrastructure operating budget for 2026. I'll be starting with infrastructure services, and then when we get into planning and development, Kaylin will come up and present that budget. So just a brief overview of the department. I'll just go through some of the core activities. So obviously capital project management is one of the main key functions of the department. That's not just projects within the county, those are regional projects as well. As Cole alluded to in his introductory slides, we're participating in the Malloy drainage projects, the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee projects such as Horsefly and other regional initiatives. The same goes for engineering studies. We do those both locally and regionally with our other municipal partners. The department takes care of water treatment and distribution agreement management, so that's our agreements with the commissions, or with the commission, pardon me, and the city of Lethbridge, and our other customers of the commission. Potable water sustainability, such as license management and acquisition, the Lethbridge Regional Water Service Commission management, Operational project planning and support. So as Ryan alluded to, we did that dust control test section. That's just one example of how we provide that technical support to operations. We manage all the procurement within Lethbridge County, procurement documents, making sure we're meeting our requirements within those documents. Asset management, as you know, our geographical information system, the mapping that we bring up during council meetings, development and engineering oversight, crossing agreement management, and gravel pit management. Our proposed 2026 budget, you'll see we've got about $184,000 in anticipated revenues and about $1.74 million in anticipated expenditures for an overall department tax support increase of 2%. And I'll get into that in a little bit detail in the waterfall diagram here. So between 25 and 26, as Ryan mentioned previously, there is that transfer from Public Works to support an asset management survey field tech position, $50,000 from his budget and some savings from my budget as well to fund that position. And that position will really help in supporting our asset management initiatives and operational support. They will be conducting survey for our road rehab crews, drainage, and other operational activities, and also providing field inspection services for approaches, crossings, and other things that operations historically completed. And this is, again, just furthering that transition to that technical services hub supporting operations. If we go to the next one, the $302,000 reduction, that is the reserve transfer for land. That was also alluded to earlier, moving from this budget into Public Works going forward. And then the next one, the $321,000, that is for a couple operational projects. $200,000 for an area structure plan. So that's for the land surrounding that parcel that we recently purchased south of the Broxburn Business Park. And now that we have the in-house expertise to conduct those area structure plans, so Kaylin has done those ASPs before, she can compile the document, that get all that information together. The $200,000 is for external services for engineering to look at roads, drainage, site grading, servicing, offsite impacts, all of those activities. So that's a net adjustment of $321,000 on that item. As we continue on, there's some other minor adjustments we have for escalation and cost of living adjustments. The redistribution of IT services, as previously alluded to, just making that more equitable across departments, and then the department contingency that Cole referenced earlier. As we go into 2027, there is that $29,000. That's just that annualized position that I spoke to earlier, because in 26, by the time we recruit, it'll be about a 10-month salary expenditure we're looking at, so that portion is to make up the difference there. And then the decrease of $381,000, that's just the operational projects that we do not have planned for 2026. And then again, going forward, your 3% escalation into 27 and 2028. Is there any questions on that before I go forward? Okay. So our proposed operational projects, there is the maintenance manager, CMMS, that Cole spoke to earlier. That was brought to council this summer and approved by council. That is a 2-year initiative, $70,000 in 2025 and $180,000 in 2027. And then the area structure plan development of $200,000 as well in 2026. And those are our proposed operational projects. Is there any questions of council? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Moving into the Planning and Development Department, we shape how the county grows in terms of land use, supporting development, ensuring new developments support the community and economy. So this means our team, they manage and maintain all of our statutory plans and land use strategies. We conduct detailed review of all of our area structure plans, rezonings, and subdivisions that are brought before you as the Development Authority and Subdivision Authority in the county. We undertake reviews of development permits. It's a steady high volume of development permits in the county. We administer all of the development agreements, compliance reviews, all those additional services to support residents. And then we coordinate any other land use matters with residents, internal departments, regional partners, external agencies, NRCB being one of the major partners. And our department does include 2 third-party providers, being Old Man River Regional Service Commission and Park Enterprise. So this is our breakdown of revenue and expenditures. Our revenue being mostly the intake of applications for development and planning applications. And we're going to speak to this on the next slide, but what you're going to notice most about our budget is the shift of our operating projects to a cyclical activity. So prior years, we've always came to council with the statutory plans that we needed to review and update in that year. Shifting to putting money into reserves every year so that we're planning for it. So it's not actually, correct myself, it's basically flattening out our budget going forward. So just moving into the waterfall, this slight personnel adjustment is just the shift from an intern to a permanent position. The next column is Old Man Region Service Commission. This is their tentative budget. They're presenting their budget to the board on December 4th, but based on what they have provided us, it's an annual fee of $118,000 for our annual membership. The IT allocations is the internal transfers that everyone else has spoke to, and then the last column in 2026 is the cyclical planning activities, which those are our statutory plans. The residential land use strategy being one of them that we will update next year. And then in the future years, looking at like our municipal development plan, land use bylaws, and those types of plans. So putting into reserves every year will allow us to continue to update those statutory documents. Any questions?
So Orsk is suggesting to us that they're doing a year-over-year increase of about 15%.
Can I just ask that we probably move into closed in pursuant of section 20 and 26, harmful for municipal interests? Thank you. Yeah, that was it.
Me again. Long time no see. Okay, so next we're going to talk about finance and administration in terms of services and programs provided. Finance and admin is responsible for the overall financial sustainability of the county. Our mission is to provide appropriate controls and measures needed to manage the county resources and to deliver accurate financial information for council and administration in decision-making purposes. So this area includes budget, accounting, audit, financial reporting, payroll, managing insurance programs, grant management, and administration of various grants. So if we look at the overall cost slide summary in terms of revenues and expenses, we've got some increases to overall expenditures, and we'll go into that in more detail on the next slide, specific to various areas, including wages, and then also just transfers from other departments. So if we look at the waterfall slide and we just talk about high-level changes from 2025 to 2026, we've had some personnel changes in redistribution of resources. This position was unfunded in 2025 and was funded through the contingency in the administrative area, and so in the CAO's office, and so this is just truing up the actual costs in terms of those wages, including cost of living adjustment and benefit increases, and as you've seen throughout the remainder of the departments and areas. We've seen an increase in insurance, we've seen an increase in audit costs, which have been both adjusted, and then we've reallocated all of the software from various departments into IT and then redistributed those costs just to try and allow for some more consolidation of where we're at, what software, and so I'll talk about more about that in the IT department, but that is essentially the finance and administrative area of the county.
Any questions, sir? Go ahead, Haley.
If we move into information technology, Doug sends his regrets. He had to head out. And so I'm just going to cover this for him. In terms of the IT department, this is about delivering responsive support and innovative solutions to the county with upholding a high standard for cybersecurity. And it's really the first line of defense in protecting the county's financial information and all systems handling of sensitive data, secure, reliable, and compliant with industry best practices. So this includes governance, operations, and hardware and infrastructure of what are the core activities related to information technology at the county. If we look at this slide in terms of cost, it looks like there's a fairly significant increase, but again, this was the conversation about how we were trying to take all of the costs related to software and information technology, move it into IT, and then redistribute that based on need, individuals, and headcount within the county. So a lot of this will be a reshuffling of various costs from other areas. But if we go into the waterfall slide and just talk about the key drivers, so this includes 2% escalation and cost of living adjustment. Many of our software providers have had a higher escalation than 2%. Many are closer to 5%, and so if there were specific contracts that were known, we did adjust for the anticipated increase. We've had some implementation of various softwares, including our budget software, our asset maintenance software, as well as government frameworks. And we just looked at kind of consolidating and providing opportunities for better control and containment of the various softwares that we do have within the county and how we redistribute those to the departments through interdepartmental charges. If we go to the proposed operational projects for IT for the upcoming year. The biggest one I just want to highlight is our need to replace our enterprise resource planning system, which is our financial system, and our payroll system. We received word that there's end of life, and so in 2026 we would like to begin the process of putting out an RFP for replacement of our ERP system, because we're going to anticipate that there's going to be a lot of pressure in terms of many municipalities are going to need to be moving to different systems. And so 2028 is going to be a very busy year for consultants and implementation of various municipalities. So we're just trying to get ahead of that to ensure that we've got sufficient time to replace that system. And so that is included in the budget, and we'll talk more about those IT projects when we jump into capital, assuming if we do that today or on Monday.
So just out of curiosity, the new enterprise resource planning, is that for your county? Is that what that one is?
It's the financial system and payroll system for the county, yeah. The final one I'd like to talk about within corporate services is assessment services. So recently we were in front of council to discuss transitioning to third-party assessment services based on some planned retirements at the county. And so this is really about, 2026 will be a transition year for assessment services in terms of this, how we provide that. And so there's some transition planning, and so there's a lot, it's a little bit more complicated next year than, or proposed to be more complicated next year than it will be going forward, just given those transitions. So really, assessment services provides the property values for residential, farmland, commercial properties. The county coordinates receiving all of this information from the province for linear properties, and it's just about providing, ensuring that we're using market values, regulatory rates, and agricultural values depending on provincial legislation. And so this is really designated by the Municipal Government Act in terms of the regulations and Alberta assessment standards. So if you look at the overall summary for cost, you'll see some increases in terms of the general services and contract based on us shifting from in-house assessment services to an external third party. So you'll see in the first, the comparison of 2025 to 2026 that this is a transition year in anticipation of our county assessor retiring. And so this will be the year of getting all of that knowledge and of that information, and ensuring that we have all of the structures and systems and processes in place that we will be able to kind of divide what would be internally continued to be provided versus what would be provided by this third party. And so then after 2026, you'll see some savings in terms of comparison for 2027 as we adjust to this new way of providing assessment services for the county. So that change is reflected there. Again, all of the similar kind of 2% escalation and just some, obviously the outsourcing of the contract, and then as we look forward, we would see some of those reductions in the previous years. And that is it for corporate services.
So just, there would be no more salaries moving forward with there after 26?
That's
There's
correct.
stuff in there.
So
How does that work?
So that is a anticipation that we're going to have some services that were provided because of in-house, and there's just some uncertainty about what will be done in terms of dividing between the third-party provider and what will continue to be provided in-house. So for example, when a call comes in for an assessment question, we field those calls still, depending on if it's about they need a reprint of their bill and or if they need an updated address and that sort of thing, versus what services the third party would provide in terms of specifics about their assessment value, and also just like system uploads into our financial system, the printing of the documentation. And so just because of that uncertainty, we've earmarked some dollars in 2027, which we will need to revisit after we completely understand what those implications will be in 2026.
Yeah, one thing that we've seen, like a lot of municipalities with our size will have, especially those clerks, like we've got tax and utilities consolidated right now because we have in-house assessment. We don't know is the biggest answer. We don't know what the actual human resource capacity is internal. That might be high. It might go to zero. It might be we need a little bit more. It's a placeholder for consideration in 27, 28 as we navigate this transition, essentially, to further understand what aspects are transitioning and what type of administrative support Les provides currently in his current role. It's just we have to go through this first before we can answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, roll up your sleeves, everyone. Let's go. Let's go.
Guys, I didn't realize I need to be grandstanding. Oh, yeah, great. Good afternoon, Council. So, Council, I'll just briefly go over what emergency services encompasses. So, fire and emergency response, our newly implemented regional emergency management partnership, the community peace officer program, and also included here is the budget for our provincial policing requisition. For the purposes of this budget, we're going to be doing a consolidation of all of those together. So in the revenue side, on this slide, you'll show that our 2025 budget you approved last year, along with the proposed budget for 26 to 28 for your consideration. Under the revenue, we adjusted our projected revenues for sales of goods and services to align more closely with our actual trend over the last few years. We left the forecast for the fines and penalties unchanged. And you'll notice that in 2026, the transfers from the reserves increased quite a bit. However, these dollars have been accumulating in the reserve account for over the last few years to pay for new fire equipment as it reaches its end of life cycle, and it shows the withdrawal for that purpose. So the expenditures, on the expenditure side, you'll notice that there is an increase from 2025 to 2026 before it begins to drop down. And using the waterfall on the next page, I'll explain that in a little more detail. Any questions on that slide at all? Sure.
Hi, thanks. Could you maybe just touch base on what the projection 821,000 sales of goods and services, where we collect that money from?
Do you want to comment on that? Okay. Okay.
So we collect money when there's a fire response, and then we use that to pay our service providers. We reviewed the last couple of years, or through the Reeve to Councillor Coopers, we reviewed the last couple of years. We decreased the expected revenue by $50,000. We believe that it's a more accurate but conservative amount to use for our budget.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, you guys. Just must be. All right. So I know you're familiar with waterfalls graphs from before, so I'll just cover off the key messages here. So number one, our provincial policing requisition is expected to increase by 57%. We currently pay approximately $700,000 per year. We expect this cost to increase to $1.2 million per year the waterfall shows that there's a $376,000 increase. Second key was during 2025, we stood up our Regional Emergency Management Initiative in collaboration with our municipal partners, which was a great initiative. We wanted to show the total cost of our program here of $198,000. We show our portion of Regional Emergency Management included in the green bucket as a transfer in departments. Third point, you'll notice a small increase of $28,000 for transfers to reserves so that we ensure that we are putting enough money in for future capital equipment purchases. Story on the IT allocation is, you've heard it a couple times already throughout the budget. It's the same as other departments. And the piece that you're probably most interested in is the big red fire engine bar, which represents changes to our contracted fire service agreements with our municipal partners. Along with, as we discussed in our previous slide, money we've moved from our reserves to pay for our portion of capital expenses, including the new fire engine in Coaldale. These capital costs in 2026 are offset by corresponding decreases in 2027 and 2028 before the budget settles down back in about approximately $3.8 million per year in 2028. We expect this to be the new norm with the regional emergency management and cost increases to the provincial police requisition all in. So with that, I know that's pretty short, but do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the big bubble there is really just us getting out of capital on our fire services contract.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, through the chair to Deputy Reeve Kurbis. So that is part of it. Part of it is we remain committed to capital, at least under our current agreements. In a few municipalities and other ones, it was always the intention. We've just front-loaded that contribution for a couple of those. So that also includes the contribution to Coaldale for the fire engine rescue, which we continue to be a partner in under that agreement. So yes, but it only partially. About 2/3 of that contribution would be that, and then 1/3 would be the other.
Perfect, thank you.
Anything else for you? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move into growth and engagement. So as this department, we've consolidated. It also includes marketing and communications. So the growth and engagement portion, I know we've had this conversation with council a number of months ago, is a new initiative in our efforts to strengthen our regional economy, support local business, and position the county for long-term sustainable prosperity. So this isn't just economic development, it's investment attraction, business retention, expansion, stakeholder engagement, intergovernmental relations, and strategic partnerships to help advance our overall economic opportunities. And then it is, like I mentioned, the communications and marketing department as well, which is responsible for the county's brand, public engagement, issue management, and outreach efforts. So we'll move into the department. We've split this one in a couple ways, and we'll get into it in the waterfall. The big addition here is the consolidation of growth and engagement, which includes an allowance. A lot of our grant applications, we've just put an earmark there on some of those. We've got South Grow contribution, which increased by about 50% this year. We've got obviously the corresponding salaries and initiatives, and then there's some of it is an earmark. As we proceed with some of the grants that are coming forward to council on December 4th, and that we discussed at the last council meeting, there is a matching contribution there, so we've put some earmarked funds aside. Whether they're fully covered here or not, we'll understand better once we find out what we get traction with. Other than that, we've continued with the Deep Roots Bright Future video series. We've got a lot of traction there. We've consolidated our advertising budget to, in a similar vein as we did with IT, to give more responsibility to the subject matter experts to help us navigate and make the best recommendations for our advertising efforts for the various departments. And then there's a number of buckets there that are kind of up and down that are just minor changes. We've moved some of those initiatives up and out, but they're fairly nominal. So is there anything council wants to discuss in detail there? So this is the slide that we had before. This was the summary based on what was originally proposed. I think this is, before we move to capital, this is the time to see where council's at. If there's anything we want to circle back to, we can go back to our parking lot item up for discussion. But everything you've seen today, this would be the net of those revenues and expenditures and projected tax rate implications. Sure. Do we want to have any discussion here? Whatever we lock in here is what will be coming forward on the 4th for recommendation. So I just want to make sure that we're good on operating. You know, I think what's unique this year is the growth that we're experiencing is not just assessment growth based on index property values. That is primarily net new growth. And so some of that coming online offsets what those rates are. When we set that rate in April is when we talk about that distribution on how we want to do that. I would anticipate, and I can't answer this in earnest to say here's exactly what this is once we peel that new growth out, because it is still a projected growth at this point. We don't have all of the information on some of that finalized assessment. That we're probably talking about a couple percent increase across the board. How that gets bucketed, is it more on one side or less on the other, from a what do you see on your tax bill, that's the conversation we need to have when we set those tax rates to support that. Yeah, I think our recommendation would be to treat them a lot more equally this year, especially based on some of the other potential advocacy efforts and initiatives that council's exploring for revenue right now. Similar to, and we'll talk about it in capital, even our market access network and the business tax program there, where I think we plan to index it kind of across the board rather than targeting ag at this time until we have a better understanding of what those impacts are. That's kind of what I'm thinking, is if that proceeds, then I think it would probably not make sense to index ag at a greater rate at this stage. If that doesn't proceed, then I think we'll know more by April, and that could change our strategy at that time. And so I think that's kind of the big question mark that we have to understand at this stage. I think if you guys want to tackle it, we can. I know Haley's pulled some numbers. I mean, we would have to do some more vetting if you want to truly subsidize it to understand what the total would be. You know, just on our MG30 side, it was like for what they pay for the dust suppression that we had calculated previously was covering. If we were just to say we're adding a second application, I think it's fair to assume it would be in and around that $500,000. I would be reluctant to do that. What I would rather see us do is add the second application at a paid rate. We go back and we figure out what that secondary rate needs to be based on some of the calculations that they've done to date that gets incorporated or tweaked in the schedule of fees before we roll out that form. Figure out the value proposition there and the uptake, and then if it has the impact and we want to continue with that, I think it's a lot easier to say we would then subsidize that or look to add that for free. I think it's a lot harder to add it for free at this stage. I mean, open to the discussion. It's a council decision. It's not a small amount of money.
I would maybe start at the beginning. Is there an appetite from council to provide dust control, dust suppression option to our residents? Is that a level of service that we want to just overall? Is this a program that we believe that we need to provide a level of service for? Okay. Is there an appetite to explore a second application? Yes. Okay, then I move to Eric's question then, I guess. Is that something the council would entertain, subsidizing that second application? Is that how to frame it, Eric?
I see the budget and how things are done with the capital. I'd like to do maybe give it a little bit, give it a discount. I can.
Mark and then John, what do you want?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I can see people people that want the second application would be willing to pay for it. That's why they would go for it. So I don't see us, to me, I would just keep the two same. If you subsidize the second one, they're gonna go, why aren't you subsidizing the first one? I mean, it's just, so if we can come up with a fee structure so that you give people the option of having a second, and if they do, this is what's gonna cost them, so we'll come up with those numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I believe in the program, but I believe that the program needs to be reworked so that it's, so that we generate less complaints, so we do a better job with it. I think if we're gonna do something, we need to do a good job of it. And I think, providing a second application is definitely merited. But I believe that the program should fund itself through the contribution from those that support it, because that's the way it is right now, for the most part. And I think it's important to make sure that the people that choose not to have dust control don't subsidize the people that do.
I basically agree with what John says. I think if you include it all in one package, you'll be doing the same amount you did in the spring, because everybody will want it done. So that just cuts into our time too, for other jobs that need to be done.
I want to maybe push back a little bit, John. I think it is about managing expectations at the end of the day, whether it's dust control, dust suppression. I think that across the board there is something to be said for how the program is delivered. But I think the expectations of the program are the biggest limitation to it. It's what it is. It's suppression, and we live in a desert with high load, high intensity traffic, and I think it's trying to. I don't know how we manage those expectations, because I think there's an element of, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, but at the end of the day, it's not the silver bullet. It's like, well, I do appreciate what you're saying. I think it is. Our messaging has to be spot on, clear in what it is and what it isn't. I think you have to be very clear from what the application is, when the windows of application are, and the fact that we're going to grade through those when we have to, not if. And I think as long as we're clear in that, and then we as council have the same feeling as the administration, I think we have to proceed in an aligned fashion, but it's tough.
I would say that's valid. I think, maybe that's part of it, in terms of getting the message out there of us doing a better job with the program is making sure that people understand what it is that they're getting. So I think that's a very valid point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it's calculated, right?
Yeah, I'm trying. Realistic numbers, what I see when I'm out there, up and down the road. I buy 300 meters. I have work to deal with neighbors, so I buy 300 meters. I buy 100 of their meters at the $6.50. So that's $1,950 from the 300 meters. It lasts, in all reality, 1 to 4 weeks of good suppression. If I gotta double that to get 8 weeks of suppression of good, heavily effective, I'm at $3,900. But that's on what I'm gonna call better. I also had complaints, and I saw it come that 1 week of manure haul over it. The guy says, I put he had the lower amount, so whatever, 200. He put $1,300 out for 1 week of use. Cost per day. Effectiveness, all that. Yes, I want to see the program work and I think the product is getting applied very well. I think we are trying very hard. Public Works is trying. But these don't compute to me to put out $3,900. That's like my tax bill going into a quality of life thing. So I still gonna be pushing a lot harder to say, yes, second application, but I think the bare minimum I wanna see is that it's half subsidized. You know, we get a second application, we're gonna get less product, that's what the discussion was, unless we want to give a full rate second application, but we believe there's some residual, so it's a top-up. So I wanna see it go on, you know, maybe have it as a top-up program at $3. Or something like that. Open for discussion on that, but that's, my proposal would be more like that, so that our total comes in at $950 for a double application or $650 for a single.
Start over on that side. Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. That goes back to one of the previous comments, is that why should the people that don't use it subsidize those that do? It's your option. So if you want to, you know, like you say, you got your 600 meters, and the guy got hauling the manure, and if we didn't have the program, would you be okay with the duster? You'd be screaming for a program. So it's, if it lasts a week or whatever, I mean, like we've been told, I mean, the product is designed to last in regular conditions, like traffic, for 3 months. So if you're losing it in a week, you've got bigger problems. It's traffic volumes, I would think. So, but I still think we need to do something and provide an option to our residents and let them, if they want it, they can pay for it. And I still think the second application at a different time of year is helpful too. But it varies every year. One year you may be having dust problems like crazy because you've got 4 different crops coming off right around you. Other years there's nothing around you, so it's it's a nice quiet summer. Have a barbecue in your front yard every year. So dust is going to be nonstop. But I think to eliminate the program isn't going to help. That's going to make it worse. So I think that, I mean, like I said, if you've got it, if you're losing it in a week, then there's bigger issues. Then it's not the product. There's just the traffic volume. So just, I don't know how we deal with it.
Yeah. I mean, my first takeaway is we need benchmark to reassess Eric's taxes, but I think the bigger conversation, maybe there's 2 ways to put this into context, and if I could package something or propose something to Councillor Van Essen, where maybe the first option is it's an in and out, we don't subsidize that second application at all, whatever that is. Or if you're going to do it, because we don't have some of those numbers today, I think there's a lot of work to figure out what that is, and we can do that. But as for budget conversations, one thing that we could maybe explore, and I'm not suggesting we do this or don't, but to what's been proposed is setting whatever that is, and then just earmarking a set number of dollars, either through tax equalization or something else, to say, hey, whatever that program is in those applications, we base it on our projections and we offset it by $100,000 from reserve or something for this year, or $50,000, or pick your number. We'll go back, because then the budget can remain. We can go back rather than having to adjust that rate. We do it year 1, see what the uptake is at that second application rate that gets calculated, subsidized as best as we could predict it by that dollar amount. So now we've said, hey, it's not like we're just earmarking X to go towards that program, and then if it's successful, then we talk about what that rate should be in year 2, because I think we also need a year of what is the feedback, how we and a conversation we need to have with marketing and communications when we do this, how we get objective feedback. Because right now, we hear the complaints, and then you get out there and it's like, not everybody's everybody's upset about the program. Some people love the program, they don't want it to go away. I think we need to also have a strategy as part of this to see how far we're moving the needle with this versus the single application. Anyways, that would be how I would maybe suggest to approach the 2 items that are being discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I totally agree with you about, with Eric about, offering it to the residents. I just, for me, would like to see the numbers, right, of what it would actually cost to do that. So if we're able to get those numbers, then I can, but yeah, that's just how I'm saying.
Thanks. if we decided as a group today to double that number that we have in the budget currently, what would be I guess, the implications on our increase in the taxes? Because, I mean, there is an implication there, bring it up from 3% to,
Yeah, I think we can calculate that. I think to Lauren's point, the number just needs to be the exact same number as the first application, because if it's free, you're doing two. Why?
Right.
We're just gonna assume that, and then we just remove the revenue side of that equation and see how that adjusts, and that's something that Haley could look at. I mean,
and so here's my thought process on that. If we agreed to do that and have an increase in our budget, then we've got some flexibility when we go to pass that bylaw. If we're going to, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna do two applications? Are we gonna do one application? Is it gonna be subsidized? Is it not gonna be subsidized? My concern is that if we pass the budget as it sits without putting an increase in it, we just fund it from reserves as sort of a stopgap. Is that maybe the right approach, or should we?
It's a 3% increase, roughly.
It would be another 3%. Yeah, well, that answers a lot of questions, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so that, that would bring the increase up to 6%, which,
Our recommendation, if we
My
would do it,
palate
we would-
is not there.
We would need to lower contributions to reserve or something
Yeah.
there to solve that. That's just,
Okay.
that's a very large jump.
Lauren, Tony, any thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Closing remarks. Subsidized services. We subsidize a variety of things we don't use already. Just gonna put that out there. That's not everything that we're funding benefits everybody. So to say, well, we can't possibly consider a subsidized second application because not everybody gets it. Happens on everything. So anyway, we'll let it lie, and I do agree, let's get some numbers and we can work on it from that side. Thanks.
What are the numbers that we're asking for? Is it just the cost of the second application? Because I think right now what I would really like to understand is what that strategy is, because it will affect the budget next week. Is there any appetite to subsidize this in any way or not? Like I need to know the answer to that definitively.
The question, is there an appetite? I believe Eric has an appetite to subsidize the second application. I would ask that to the rest of the council. Is there an appetite to subsidize the second application? Okay, we take a short, maybe 10 minutes. At 2:05 this afternoon. Cole, floor's yours.
Yeah, I think we'll just do maybe after the break, one more call for discussion on the operating budget before we move on to capital.
I had one question, Cole. I know we've talked over the years about our operations and I guess looking forward to where we're going, where we are, where we're headed as far as the county's operations. Is there, how do I put this? Where are we at, I guess, in those conversations, and is there a next step forward in those conversations?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, the next step for us, well, we've identified sites. We do know we have aging infrastructure in some of our facilities. Not understanding what that plan is, the scope, scale, cost of that, makes it hard for us to make some of the midterm decisions, I would say, around our current assets. And so the next step that we had discussed, it's not included in this budget, but it would be a one-off, almost an operating project, would be to do a functional study or functional programming, which would provide an assessment of all of our current operations. It would help us assess what our current growth rates are, what we need, what we don't need, and then it would plan, it almost provides you a bit of a Bible, so to speak, on what your build would look like or how you could estimate your costs, because you would have that vetted and refined. And so it's a high-level study looking at all of those things. And some of those are a little bit more complicated when we get into how are we servicing fleet, how are we doing some of those items that drive a lot of those costs. So that would be probably our recommendation. Should council want to proceed to the next step is to complete a functional program or a functional study. And because it would be a one-off, I think we would recommend we pull that from like the tax equalization reserve and we earmark some funds there. And we would then go to an RFP and secure the necessary consultant to complete that for us. It's hard to say, depending on how we package that. I think that if we were gonna provide a recommendation, I mean, we could say, I could see it being in the $60,000, $70,000 to $100,000, depending on how detailed and how much information we're gonna get out of that report. If we were gonna set a rate as part of budget, even as an in and an out of one of those reserves, our recommendation would probably be to set that at $100,000 to complete that study. Now, having done a lot of these in the past, that is a large dollar amount, but it is a large dollar amount that saves you millions on the back end by having it properly vetted now. So if we're moving forward with that, I think it's an important document and an important review to complete before we look to proceed with anything else.
Well, I think it's something that we need to move forward to do, but I don't know that it's anything that we need to sort of worry about in this particular budget, because we're just in the infancy of this. But as you'd said, you know, when we look at moving forward, you're thinking we should fund that out of reserves initially then, right?
Yeah, and it's hard to know what moving forward is without that done. So if we're going to do it in 26, my recommendation would be let the council direct us to make that change now. It won't affect the tax rate or anything as proposed, but we would make the budgetary changes in the budget that comes forward on the 4th. That would basically give us the approval to start with that RFP in 2026. If it's high, low, or whatever, we could adjust it at that time. We just wouldn't complete that transfer, or we would bring that back to council if it was over that amount. But that gives us the authorization to proceed, should council want us to proceed with that in 2026. And then once you have that report, that probably would take us 12 or 24 months to complete that review. Then we could take that, we would have some of those more concrete estimates, and that would guide our next steps on facility sale, consolidation, what that could look like.
I have a second thought on that regard then. You know, this is something that has been on the table for a long time, and we kind of keep kicking it down the road and kicking it down the road. And I think we're probably very fast getting to the point where we're not going to be able to kick it down the road anymore. And if we don't start the process, you know, we potentially could be sitting here 3 years from now with a plan where we have to hurry up the situation. And to administration's point, usually when you have to do things in a hurry, it costs a lot more. You end up making mistakes or having unintended consequences because you haven't done the work in the background. So I would think that it's probably prudent for us to start that process now.
Any other thoughts from council? I think I would agree with John. I think it's one of those things where it's been in the background, and I think that before we even suggest to make a plan, I think if we don't have the information to move forward with that, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice. So I would support doing it sooner rather than later. And if that's 2026, I would support that. Go ahead, Irv.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This study lays out, start to finish, potential revenues of sales, options, all that, or how comprehensive is it?
No, the study would be on our operations. So typically what you would see is you would hire there's firms that specialize in this. So they would come in, they would do an assessment. I'll use a really easy one. Like they would look at planning and development. They're going to actually earmark, here's how much office space they need. Here's the services provided. Here's what the county has to do. Here's the infrastructure requirement for you to provide that service. The harder ones are fleet, as an example. What are we doing for servicing? What does that look like? So this study is more on what are your operations and what are the infrastructure requirements, and then subsequently you have a very, very high level build cost estimate. They would, and again, high level because it's really based off of square footage and the categorization of the space types. Like office space is obviously different than shop space in there. From there, that would then inform, we also have assessed property values. We also have, and then it would be our team that would be responsible to consolidate that and say, here's what this could look like if we wanted to move forward. So this is more on the infrastructure cost estimate side of a build for current state and growth. There's some assumptions there. The one nice thing about these studies, you can shelf them and you have to brush them off because things do change, but you are just brushing them off to say what's different, not reproducing the whole thing again. So if we do this, and let's say that it sits on a shelf for 5 years because that's the strategic position we're in, we're really pulling it out and say, okay, well, what's different now than was different then for services, not a wholesale, we're in a totally different business. And I think, that's not the nature of what we do. So, but that's just that piece. And then that's a piece of the puzzle that goes into what you're talking about of the other information that we've already been gathering, the team's working on.
And to your point, you dust it off and you go it again. We are not unique as much as we think we're special. Is this not just a requirement for a municipality of this size, or is there not just shelves of this is how much space you need, that we have to do this comprehensive study on it?
Some of it, I mean, that's reflected, the stuff that's really straightforward is reflected in the cost of that study. And I'm just gonna speak from coming from healthcare where we did that, but there's a lot more nuance where it was the same thing. It's like, this is how big you build an operating room for these services. This is how big you build X for this. But a lot of that is consolidating all of that so we actually know what it is we're looking for. And it's defensible to say, you do this because I think we're under and we should be, you go and build something and you make those key decisions in design and construction, they need to be predicated on something. So as much as we can say, hey, there should be just this blanket standard, then you get into design and everybody has these opinions and what is your guiding or North Star document or principle? This kind of gives us that to say, no, we built the suit for now and the future based on these key decisions versus we just thought it would be a good idea to have X in that. And so that's what this kind of gives you. But yeah, some of it is easily, like office space is easy. Like that's not even just, that's not unique to municipal, but some of the other things for council lounge, like how many spectators there are, those are municipality specific. Some of those things are good to account for in documents like this so that we can actually plan for that and what the costs are.
Anything else? Do we support this? Hey? Okay.
To a dollar amount.
To that 100.
All right, good afternoon again, Council. Here to present the 2026 through 2030 Infrastructure Services Capital Budget. This slide, I don't think I need to go over, as Haley described the purpose, analysis, and planning for capital budget in her initial presentation. So just going through all the departments, 26 through 2030 capital summary. You'll see that agricultural services is looking at $160,000. Fleet services, almost 3.1 million. Infrastructure services, 7.35 million. Market access network program, 2.15 million. And IT at 300,000 almost, for a total capital 2026 capital value of $13,030,000. Getting into the sources of funding that we have for our capital projects. This graph shows, the green circles show our revenue sources that are our primary and consistent revenue sources, such as our Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, our Canada Community Building Fund, grant, and local government fiscal framework. Those are our primary funding sources, as I mentioned. They are fairly consistent and are a reliable source of revenue to offset capital expenditures. Competitive funding sources such as the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Program, which we got funding for Shaughnessy, and their Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, in which we got funding for our bridge files and our cement stabilized roads. Those are competitive grant sources and should not be relied upon as a consistent source. It's great when we get those. We get to maintain some of our reserves and some of our other consistent or our primary funding sources, but not to be relied on as a consistent revenue generator. This slide shows our projected carryovers for those grant funds. So this is showing what we're carrying forward year over year. The green line shows our Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve. So that shows an opening balance of $6 million. Going through the years, you can see that being drawn down in 2030 to about $3.6 million. The blue line is our local government fiscal framework. Can see just over $2 million in 26, up a little bit in 27, and then a downward trend into 2030. And then our Canada Community Building Fund as well, trending that down into 2030. The reason why I'm sharing this with you is I know in the past there was some concern with our grant funding carryovers and the risk that potentially the provincial government will claw that money back. So we're aiming to keep that carryover as little as possible year over year, just to ensure we actually utilize those funds that were allocated. Going into the 2026 proposed infrastructure capital projects, pretty much the same as what I presented last year with a couple additions in here. The first one at the top is Range Road 21-1, otherwise known as the McNally Road. This includes the rehabilitation of McNally Road from Township Road 82, so that's where the McNally Community Center is, south to Highway 508 through cement stabilization and double chip seal. If you've driven that road, you know it is in fairly poor condition and requires continual maintenance. I know Ryan earlier this year did some maintenance on that road, and it is showing its age, and those failures are occurring. So by rehabilitating this road, we will greatly extend the life and reduce operations maintenance requirements on that stretch. And we are also planning to do some drainage enhancements to align with the Tiffin Stormwater Management Plan, because that road is within that Tiffin Basin. And we want to make sure whatever we're doing on this project, we're aligning with those drainage requirements. Second one is Range Road 23-4, otherwise known as Old Highway 23. And again, we're proposing to cement stabilize this road from Township Road 10-2 to Township Road 10-4. 10-4 was the end limits of our previous project. So this is just extending that 2 miles further south. Again, this road is in poor condition and does require continual maintenance. And this is the ultimate intent, is to have that entire stretch of Westview Road / Old Highway 23 fully cement stabilized. You'll see another project further in the budget that completes the remaining gap. And at that point, we'll have a only seasonally banned road structure all the way from Highway 3 up to Highway 519. That will obviously allow for greater movement of agricultural commodities and heavy equipment along that corridor. A couple bridge files that we have on the docket for replacement, 77523. It's located about 9 kilometers northwest of Picture Butte. And 79595 is on 21-1 between 10-0 and 10-2. These are part of our regular bridge replacement program. They're reaching the end of their life cycle and require replacement. And as always with our bridge file projects, we do apply for STIP funding. That's that competitive funding I spoke to earlier. If we get it, great, maintains our reserve. If not, then we just draw from our reserve to fund those projects. And the last one on here, so this one did get bumped up a year just due to some deterioration that we experienced on the Picture Butte Golf Course Road. I see a spelling error there I need to fix. Range Road 21-5, that goes from Highway 25 south to the Picture Butte Golf Course Road. As I just mentioned, there was some significant deterioration on that road this past year due to some hauls that occurred. And just to fix that section, there was probably at least a $200,000 touch out of operations. So we want to bump that up from 27 to 26 to take care of that road and not put $200,000 into a road that we're planning to replace a year anyway. So at the bottom, we've got our total funding. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, thank you. River Ridge Road Rehabilitation. Of course, that's in your neck of the woods. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes. So River Ridge Road, again, we're proposing to do this cement stabilization, and that's going to be from the Highway 3 intersection. So as you come off Highway 3, there's a little short gravel section, then it turns to asphalt. We're going to do that whole section from the intersection all the way down to the end of the asphalt at Township Road 9-2. And what that'll provide is a hard surface road all the way from Highway 3 onto River Ridge Road, accessing, there's a diesel repair shop there, there's Headwater Equipment, and there's El Dorado RV. That road as well is currently permanently banned right now, and with this we'll be able to take off that permanent ban and only have a seasonal ban applied to it. Is there any questions on 26?
Thank you. So does that mean it goes all the way to the research station road? Or?
Close to it. Yes, so that the asphalt ends, so there's that little subdivision just south of Headwater Equipment, kind of on the side of the hill, that residential
Yeah,
subdivision.
yeah.
About to that intersection is where we're going. We're going to pull it just past that intersection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hard surface ends basically right at the south end of Headwater, almost exactly right there, and then it goes back to gravel at that point. So I drive it weekly.
So then just a couple other questions. On the McNally Road, when you say rehabilitation, does that mean you're going to rebuild some of the road? Because that quarter that's on the south east side there, I don't know why, it never had so much water in it before in its life, but it is just softening that road up something terrible. And without correcting that problem, I don't know whether there's a lot of point in doing that road until that's kind of fixed.
Yes, and I do plan specifically with that road to do some of those deep strength repairs. So instead of going a foot down with that cement stabilization, they can peel away a foot and do 2 feet of cement stabilization to bridge that underlying saturated layer. So if I know the location you're talking about, and we will definitely address that.
It's the
with
same where
construction.
they turn into the feedlot there.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then on the Picture Butte Golf Course Road, does that include going to the campground, or is the campground approach before the end of the road there? I can't remember.
Yeah, so it does include the approach to the campground. The end of the asphalt goes just past the campground and the entrance to the golf course. So that cement stabilization will go past both of those entrances.
So is that the end of the road there, or does it go further south?
There's a gravel portion that goes further south.
Is it quite a ways?
I can bring it up on the map if,
Well, I just wondered if it was just a short little piece.
Half mile.
If it was maybe we should do the whole darn thing. But I don't know what's at the end of the road. So
I think there is a single feedlot at the end of that road, I believe. Not a feedlot?
No, it's abandoned hog barn, but that's
Oh, okay.
continued and 3 acres.
Okay. Okay, and then just a bit of a funding summary. So at the bottom, you'll see our funding sources for the 2026 program. We've got about 1.8 million out of CCBF, just about 2.3 out of LGFF, and almost 3.3 out of the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, for a total program value of $7,350,000 for 2026. Moving on to 27. So the first project on the list here is Township Road 9-2 overlay, otherwise known as the Walmart Express. So this is the road that connects Coaldale and the city of Lethbridge. So this project would entail doing an overlay from 43rd Street to Range Road 21-2. So this is a mile of that 3-mile segment, and it is projected through our asset management program to require that overlay to preserve the existing subgrade of the road, prevent water infiltration, and extend the life of that particular segment of roadway. The next one is Range Road 20-5. So this is the portion of road just south of Highway 512 that goes to the Vista Meadows subdivision. Again, the existing road is in fairly poor condition, requires continual maintenance, and felt that cement stabilization was the best method of rehabilitation for this segment of road. And it'll be about 1 kilometer long. It'll go past the entrance to Vista Meadows a little ways, a couple hundred meters. I believe the asphalt ends on that segment of road. That one as well, to Lauren's point, does have some soft spots in it that we will address through design and construction, ensure that that subgrade is appropriate for the traffic loading that it'll experience.
Is that banned, Devin?
I believe it's currently banned. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's permanently banned, yeah.
And moving forward with that, after that application, would it continue to be then probably, or?
Just seasonally banned like the rest of our roads, yeah. I'll just, thank you for bringing that up. Whenever we're doing these cement stabilized roads, they will be a seasonally banned only, just like our paved roads. They do not need to be permanently banned anymore.
Okay, cool, thank you.
The next is Range Road 20-5. This is just a double chip seal project. So otherwise known as the Feefield subdivision road, between Highway 4 and 508. Again, through our asset management program and subsequent conditional assessments, a double chip seal is required to seal the existing surface and preserve the roadway and extend the useful life of that portion of roadway. One nice thing with these chip seals that we're doing is we actually have our own pile of chip seal aggregate in our Rackus pit that we have the contractors use, so we're able to save some money on aggregate crushing and hauling because we have that source in our Rackus pit. However, I do give the contractor the option, if they want to, whatever's cheapest, if they want to haul it because they've got a lot closer and they give me a better price, I'll take it. If it's cheaper to take our aggregate, then we'll go that route.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sort of off topic, but is that like a special crush, or is that something that's a byproduct of crushing?
No, it is a special product, yeah. The next project is Shaughnessy Sanitary Sewer Pipeline Lining. So we've done some sewer pipelining this year with fantastic success. If you're not aware of what lining a pipe is, they basically send a sock through our existing pipe with resin. They bake it in place, cut out all the services, and you get basically another 75-year pipe out of this. It's a brand new pipe inside of your existing pipe. Shaughnessy is full of clay pipe. That was just the type of material they used at the time. So by doing this, we basically do not have to tear up and dig up the road to replace a pipe. We line it, and we're saving a lot of expense with not having to do any other repairs on the roadway itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you guys used that before?
Yes, we have. Yeah.
And have you had good experiences with it?
Very good. Yeah, it is something that we've used for a few years now. I know other municipalities use it as well with great success. So yeah, it is a very cost-effective product and very unintrusive way of rehabilitating our sewer infrastructure.
It's spectacular technology.
It is, yeah. So the next one, a couple bridge replacements, 79597 and 79618. 597 is located on 20-5, just north of 10-2, and 618 is located on 21-1, just south of Highway 512. And like our other bridges, they're projected to reach the end of their useful life and will require replacement in 2027. And as always, we will apply for STIP funding to try and get some of that competitive grant funding. The next is Township Road 90, or Mountain Meadows Road, Walsh Drive, whatever you want to call it. Isolated repair and double chip seal. So last year, operations conducted some soft spot repair out there as there was some issues with some heaving asphalt. This project proposes to do a little bit more soft isolated spot repair, primarily at the west limits of that road. As the asphalt transitions to gravel, it is getting chewed up and it's kind of eating back towards the east. So reestablishing that and doing a double chip seal layer on that asphalt, preserve the surface and the subgrade, and extend the life of that roadway.
I got a significant number of thank yous from the Mountain Meadow people about the soft spot repair that was done, because that's something that they've had a major concern about for years. So it's,
Great.
But yeah, I got some good positive feedback from that. So I thought it was
Good to hear. Thank you. And then the last one is some upgrades to the Tiffin Basin. So as I kind of mentioned before with the McNally Road, we do have a Tiffin Basin stormwater drainage plan. If you're familiar with that area, when we do get severe rain events and melt events, there is significant flooding in that area. So this project will help alleviate some of that flooding, and it includes the installation of 300 meters of 1,500 mil pipeline. If you're familiar with the Tiffin Dairy, there is an existing 1,500 mil concrete pipe that does take some stormwater drainage, but it is undersized, and the report that we had completed suggested another 1,500 mil pipe is required to accommodate the stormwater flows in that area. So this project is to essentially install that 1,500 millimeter pipe to reduce the impacts of overland flooding in that Tiffin Basin. That is the downstream reach of this basin, so as we progress through some of our other drainage projects throughout the years, we'll work further upstream to help alleviate some of those pressures. Our funding summary for 27, just over 500,000 from CCBF, almost 3 million from LGFF, and almost 1.7 million from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, for a total program value of 5.17 million. Any questions before I go to 28? No? So 2028, Range Road 21-1, otherwise known as the Howe Road overlay. This is again a part of our asset management program. We need to do an overlay on this road from Highway 4 to 512 to preserve the existing asphalt and base structure and extend the life of this road. And that is 4.4 kilometers in length. A couple bridge files, 79599 and 600. They are located on 20-3 and Township Road 10-2. They're kind of right beside each other. So we're going to engineer, design, and tender these out at once because they are literally right beside each other, and we should see some savings in bundling those projects together. And yeah, that is just part of, again, our regular bridge replacement program, and we'll apply for STIP funding for those bridges as well. And then the next one, as I alluded to before, is kind of the final phase of that Westview Road / Old Highway 23 cement stabilization and double chip seal. So this includes the portion of Township Road 10-0A or 10-0A from 23-4 to the Palliser School entrance, and then west and north towards 10-2 through cement stabilization and double chip seal. And this will then close that gap between the north and the south sections, making that whole corridor cement stabilized and a only seasonally banned road. Oh, thank you. There. And for 28, our funding is 350,000 from CCBF, 3.19 million from local government fiscal framework, and 1.89 through the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, for a total program value of 5,430,000.
Thank you. So just on the Howe Road, going north of 512, what's the condition of that road, that pavement? Is it pretty good yet or not, or,
So north of 512,
yeah,
that is the Corteva Road, I believe.
it is.
Yes, yeah, we did an overlay on that 3-4, yeah, somewhere in there. So that, we've got at least another 15 years on that road. Yeah. Going into 29. So again, we've got Township Road 92 on here, which is known as the Walmart Express. So again, another overlay, and this is from the end limits from the previous project to the Broxburn Road, completing 2 miles of an overlay. Again, this is scheduled as part of our asset management program to preserve the existing pavement and road structure, thereby extending the life of the road. Shaughnessy infrastructure improvements, which is water, stormwater, and road improvements. Pretty large project for Shaughnessy. This one includes the reconstruction of First Street and a portion of Third Street in Shaughnessy. Water mains and service connections will be upgraded along First Street and Third Street, and stormwater retention ponds will be constructed. So this is another phase of the work that we're doing in Shaughnessy. I talked about the sewer lining before. If you recall, this project was further in, it was further up in the budget because of the information we had indicated there was some PVC pipe out there. Further investigation concluded that we had those clay tile pipes, so instead of ripping up the streets, as I alluded to before, we lined those. We'll get all the sanitary sewer lining complete, and then we'll come in after, address the water mains where we need to, because there are some water mains in Shaughnessy that are 4-inch and not 6-inch, which means you can't have a fire hydrant. So for fire protection purposes, we need that 6-inch water line. There's not a lot of 4-inch in Shaughnessy, but by upgrading to 6-inch, we'll be able to meet those standards. And then also the stormwater retention ponds, as Shaughnessy does not have any current stormwater management. And you'll notice a lot of our hamlets don't have that. They are grandfathered. Basically, nowadays, if you were to construct those subdivisions, you need stormwater management because our hamlets are so old. It isn't a requirement, but it is a best practice wherever possible to try and mitigate the stormwater flows and problem areas that we have in some of our hamlets.
Devin, just a question. Quick one.
Thanks, Devin.
I've been called worse.
Yeah. No, I'm really off my game. When we're doing the water revitalization in Shaughnessy, I'm assuming the water lines are below the sewer lines in terms of depth. When we're doing that, is there going to be any disruption to the sewer lines that we've lined 2 years earlier?
Sorry, the water line is above the sewer line.
It is above the
Yeah.
sewer line? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then never mind.
Okay, and then the final one for 2029 is Bridge File 79865, again, part of our regular bridge replacement program. It's just a few miles northeast of Picture Butte, and again, we will apply for STIP funding for that project. Our funding summary, CCBF is 1.18 million, LGFF 3.4 million, Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve 1.4 million, and the utility reserve for that Shaughnessy project at 1.3 million, for a total program value of 7.28 million. Finally, as we get into 2030, we've got another bridge replacement, 79769, just a few miles southeast of Coaldale. Again, as part of our regular bridge replacement program. Township Road 10-4 rehabilitation. So this is up by our Nolan Hill Grader Camp. There's a section of paved road that goes to the east that is permanently banned and in very poor condition. And what this project would do would basically cement stabilize and double chip seal that road, as a lot of, it is, you have to take quite a detour to get around that segment of road if you're hauling full weights. So by completing this project, again, we'll have just that seasonal ban. And I'm also gonna pull the hard surface to the road that heads down to the river bottom, which is asphalt, to those acreages down below. So it'll be a hard surface all the way down to the bottom there, and lifting that permanent road ban to allow for heavy truck traffic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Why, is that a hard surface road?
Why is it I honestly don't know, Councillor Van Essen, why it was paved to begin with. But I just know it is fairly poor condition, and it is permanently banned, which, as I alluded to before, does cause quite a detour for that heavy truck traffic trying to access Highway 845. Sorry, I don't know why it was paved to begin with.
Well, it seems to reflect the special interest or so versus general good, so, thanks.
Well, the old part going to the river, that was part of the old highway, was it not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, yeah.
Surplus money in the budget.
No, it was paved all the way down into the river and across, so it's always been paved.
And then the last project for 2030 is Township Road 84, and that's a double chip seal. So that's the road from basically where the YMCA is out to Sunset Acres. Basically just sealing up the surface of that road, preventing any water infiltration, and extending the life of that road. So you'll notice in 2030 that the budget is a little bit light. Usually in the last 1 to 2 years, I try and keep some leeway for some projects that may come up that may be unexpected. Which is why you're seeing a total program value of $1.51 million for 2030. And that concludes the infrastructure capital budget. Is there any questions from council?
Thank you. I do have one. In 1984, when the SMRD rehabbed the main canal there and put all those new bridges in, about 4 years later than that, they came along and they sandblasted all the support columns and repainted them, but the paint is really coming off those now and they're starting to rust. Is our responsibility to look after that portion of it, or?
If the bridge is owned by the county, then yes, it would be. I'd have to look at those bridges in particular to see if they're SMRDs or Lethbridge counties, but yes, if they're the counties, that would be part of Ryan's operational budget for bridge maintenance, and things like that, yeah.
Because before they get too much further deteriorated, it'd be a good thing to.
Yeah, maybe I'll maybe catch you after and we'll take a look at those
Okay.
bridges, yeah, if that's okay. Oh, I guess I didn't go through the summary.
I realized after I did the operating forecast, it probably would have been helpful to have this next slide, just in terms of a visual. So I'll have to add that to the presentation for the next update, just given the complexity of the market access network. And I've had some trouble trying to wrap my head around how this program works. So bear with me as I try and walk through this and explain because it's a bit complex. But when we looked at that operating forecast previously and we talked about that 500 haul route, it's essentially one component of the market access network because there's essentially 3 different revenue streams that contribute to this program, which then flows as a funding source to some of the proposed programs that you saw that Devin just talked about in terms of infrastructure capital projects. So this is the business tax that we talked about, is asking where that was shown. And so when I was demonstrating the property tax revenue versus the requisitions and the assessments, this business tax is about approximately $1.5 million. It's on a per unit head count and is separate from property taxes. And so that's one funding source to this market access network program. We've got the cap levy, which approximately contributes $150,000, which is gravel haul and or sand. And then we have the haul route farmland levy of approximately $500,000 of property taxes that contribute to this network as well. And so all of those roughly make up the 2.1 million per year, which is broken down further between the loan payments that are connected to the haul routes, which is approximately $705,000 per year. And then the remainder of that is transferred to the paved roads and bridges reserve to be used for future capital projects, some of which Devin talked about previously over 2026 to 2028. And so that just gives kind of a visual of all of the components that contribute into this program. And then it just is, again, they're included in the slides is just a summary of kind of the overall program and the breakdown between the debt and then the remainder that's transferred to the reserve. So anything over and above the 2.15 would be, and net of the loan payments, would be transferred to the reserve. So if more dollars are collected than the 2.15, it would just be transferred to the reserve. So that is the components that make up the market access network, and just wanted to note that because there's some, obviously, these are included in the budget, but it's kind of its separate own little funding source for capital projects related to the haul routes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And that then explains why we had that $500,000 breakout at the beginning, because that's the farmland levy that actually gets transferred into that fund. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Devin, can I ask you one question? Pertinent to yours. Sorry, Ryan. With the, sorry, the one you spoke of or second last, sorry, I guess the Township Road, the 10-4 rehabilitation, just how you have that structured, or how you have that set out in 30, is there a way that could come forward sooner? And the only reason I say that is because it's just a massive bottleneck on that corner of the county where you have any producer who's coming out of the northeast part of the county, that is the last road before the river, the last road to get to 512. And I think the unintended consequences of banning that have just really exacerbated things on that 2 miles south there and then down further south yet. Is there, I guess, is there any data or anything that would suggest it should be brought forward, or is there an opportunity to maybe entertain moving that forward in the budget?
So I think there is an opportunity. I'm just going back to the carryover projections, and when I look, if we were to fund that from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, we could certainly do that. I've got a estimated value on that one of just over 700,000. So we could do that potentially if council wanted to next year, and just that Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, that graph line would just go down by 720,000. But we do have funds in the reserve to complete that. I know I had a lot in 26 for cement stabilization, about 10.5 kilometers, but we can certainly add that 1.3 kilometers to that list and get it done next year if it is causing significant operational challenges like you described.
And I just know that one a little more intimately because people have been impacted by it and have been very vocal about it. I don't have a good sense of how it ranks priority-wise amongst these other priorities, but I would suggest that 3 more summers, I think the degradation of those other roads and the damage that we're gonna see on some of those other roads will probably far exceed that $700,000 in that investment. If there is a way to move it forward, again, without having the data before me, I don't wanna, get ahead of myself, but I think it's a worthy discussion at least. Sorry, Cole.
So one thing that will be coming forward for discussion, just because of how that reserve was originally set up, was we cash flow. So we have a cap on that reserve that sometimes gets exceeded based on the timing of these. So we're spending to bring it in to line, but depending on when we collect and when we expend, it is created. So that's a conversation we need to have with council at one of the next couple council meetings. But based on that, it doesn't hurt from a cash flow expenditure standpoint, like just purely on the finance side. And I don't want to speak to Devin's operational capacity. On the finance side, to move one of those projects up is probably a good idea for us anyways, to bring that in. Whether we can handle that and do that, and if that's the right one, I can't answer that question, but.
Sorry. Lauren, did you?
No, I was just gonna agree with you, because when anybody's hauling lentils over to Viterra there, they never go down that road. They go the other ones. It's pretty hard on them.
Sorry, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was gonna concur on that. Like, if there's something, especially on that particular road because of its location, because it is a bottleneck on that, not getting to that might end up causing significantly more damage because everybody just, they move to the one south and pound the crap out of that one, and then move to the one south, and there's a cascading effect. My question to you, Devin, was when you say next year, do you mean 2026 or 2027?
2026.
Okay.
Yes. And to answer Cole's question, we have capacity to add that to our list, absolutely.
I would definitely support it. If there was an appetite and a willing, or an ability to do that, I would definitely support it.
I can make that change if that's council's wish, absolutely.
Okay, I would support that. Thank you.
Okay?
I know Kevin's not. I'm in the south, just so we're clear, I am in the south, I am in the south county, just so we're crystal clear. Thank you, Devin. Thank you.
Back for more. All right, let's get into everyone's favorite. So, fleet capital projects. I just want to give a bit of an overview. Actually, I'm gonna flip to this slide to give a bit of a highlight. So, our 2026 was approved earlier this year in October, October 1st, which allowed us to order some of the items that had long lead times to ensure that they would be available for our 2026 season. So, thank you, council, for that. It also allows us to dispose of some of those items at the high demand, which is typically in the spring, so we get highest value for salvage. But what I did want to highlight on this particular slide is, and we didn't discuss it in any detail in October when we met to approve the 2026, was the 16% decrease in actual capital spend from 2025 to 2026. So that was very purposeful as we've looked at realigning and resetting where we're at with our capital equipment expenditures. If we would have stayed on the path that we were at historically, we would have spent every dime and then some of our capital equipment reserve by 2030. So it was unsustainable. And so what you're seeing for 2026, which was already approved, and then the preceding or the following 4 years, is quite a flat line as we are working through extending the life of our capital equipment. And I'll explain of some of the strategies that the team has taken, not just going forward, but this last year under Sean O'Gerchnik as our fleet manager when he first arrived with the county has started some of this change. We've been able to do this, so I asked the team to look at this. And the reason we're able to do this is just a different approach. So really, we've shifted to a needs-based approach, collaborative discussions with our operators based on operational needs in the field, to identify our highest priority equipment versus past practice was just no matter what, 7 years or so many hours, just flip it no matter what. And those days are over. It is part of the conversation, but it's more meaningful conversation in terms of really prioritizing what do we need that has the biggest value for our operational to provide services to residents. Also managing risk mitigation and our operational needs. This provides us more flexibility with decisions focused not only on the value of what we're purchasing, but the value added to our operations and to residents. The data is still an integral part of our decision-making matrix and includes the following factors. Factors such as age of the unit, or the years, so usage of the unit, which could be hours depending on the type of equipment and how it's monitored, or the kilometers. Also looking at our overall maintenance cost for the lifetime of that equipment. The unit cost versus the market value of a new unit is something we're always looking at. If we invest X, do we get another year out of that piece of equipment, and what's that balance or risk of investing that money so that we can ensure that equipment is actually still available. The other one to keep in mind in terms of that cost maintenance, and I'll use the example of a grader Typically, our graders have been purchased and had been flipped on a very consistent basis at 7 years, regardless of hours of use, just regardless if they were good or bad to us. We had a grader that had a complete engine repair done during that warranty. And so we had the conversation to say, okay, that was done in 2022. It's a very new grader still. Don't just flip it because it's almost a brand new grader. We can almost reset our amortization period and extend that out. So taking a different approach instead of just arbitrarily just always flipping it has allowed us to flatten our spend so that we can catch up, so that we can try to close the gap of our equipment rental rates with what we're actually spending. Other piece we look at in determining capital equipment investment and how long we're keeping these or using these pieces of equipment is the overall performance and reliability while they're in our ownership. Because we're always looking at our availability, the impact of downtime, frequency of breakdowns, and the overall cost to run these. So it also provides the flexibility for us. If it's a lemon, we will walk away from that asset as soon as it's financially meaningful too, so that we don't bear that additional risk once something were to come off of warranty. But I'll use an example of a grader earlier this year, which was under warranty. The vendor themselves was over $30,000 in on trying to solve an issue that they could not solve, and the downtime for that piece of equipment was almost 3 weeks. Fortunately, we have some contingency with spare graders so that we don't shut down our operations, but this was a warranted item, which is super scary because they didn't even know how to fix it. So there's this balance of availability is a key point because our season's also very small in the summer season that we need to be able to run, or we have that opportunity cost where we're not delivering services. So holistically, we really have changed the approach where it's really decision based on value for dollar, but operational impact, but overlaying the data and looking at it from every way. And that's how we've been able to flatten this out. I'll use one more example and then we can kind of go over year by year. When we met in 2025 after we had the approval for the 2025 capital spend. We looked at what was on there and for the first time engaged our foremen, those actually doing the work, saying from their perspective and the work that was planned for the 2025 season, where would we get more bang for our buck? And at that point, based on that conversation, we determined that replacing a low-hour D7 dozer offered much less value operationally in terms of bang for your buck than addressing more pressing operational needs. And so we then refocused or redirected those funds to purchase a new GPS-equipped excavator, which dramatically improved our culvert installation efficiency and a dedicated water truck to eliminate the disruption caused by older tankers' downtime. So allowing that flexibility and actually looking at what are we trying to accomplish and what's the most cost-effective way to do that is really how we're approaching this, plus the data. But these changes that we made with 2025 alone improved our culvert work for drainage, gravel division's capacity to improve flexibility across operational crews, and enhance service delivery to county residents. Capital investments directly impact service delivery and crew productivity. So that's the lens we're coming at, just kind of provide an overview of how we're doing this. The other major shift in our fleet management is how we manage our graders. So over the 2026 season, we'll have 14 graders. And when someone asks you how many graders does your county own, that's like someone asking you how big's your ranch. That's a lot of graders, that's a lot of capital investment. But it also has the biggest impact to residents in terms of quality life and our transportation network. So when we looked at how can we maximize the life of these to get dollars out of them, the historical was 7 years, flip them, regardless of hours usage. We've extended that where our target is 10 years. And by pulling and stretching that out, that's a substantial cost savings in terms of our capital investment. We're confident in mitigating risk as those fall off of warranty after the 7 years, that we're very mindful of the ones we're keeping. But we're on track now where it's every year for the next 10 years, we have a grader that slowly falls off one at a time instead of multiples. And so keeping in that sequence, we're confident that we continue to maximize our capital equipment investment, specifically in graders, because they do represent such a large part of our fleet and capital investment. Let's go back to this, I think. Any questions, I guess, to this point? We talked a lot.
Not a question, but a comment.
Okay.
I'm sure you've heard this from myself, and I know that you've heard this from one of our new/old counselors in the past, but I just want to extend my appreciation for the thought process that goes into this, as opposed to, just look at the piece of equipment and look at the flat line on it and go, well, it doesn't really matter whether it's been great to us or it's been bad to us, just move it along. So I appreciate the effort that administration has put into this, because it is a huge, huge expenditure, and I've said all the way along that I thought we needed to find ways to drive better value out of it. So, yeah, I would just, like I said, like to extend my appreciation to administration for going down that path.
Appreciate that, John. Again, my shout out to Sean Gerchnick, who really kicked this off when he was hired almost 2 years ago with his background in fleet management, and then Sean McRae, who is our current fleet coordinator, that do carry on this work. We have an amazing software system called RTA, where we track all of the work and we link the work, maintenance, and repair activities to every piece of equipment. And that helps us tell that fleshed out story. That's the data element, which we then overlay with hours or kilometers or fuel usage, that helps us make these, guided decisions of how best to maximize our capital equipment investment. So, maybe just one more plug, and then we can go through this. Is, why did we have to slow the spending? Because until 2025, we just systematically had not addressed the dramatic increase of capital equipment. So post-COVID, the lead time on some heavy equipment was year, if not years. And so a grader, for example, our standard divisional grader, less than 5 years ago, was about $350,000, $400,000. And now that same grader, same functionality, is closer to $700,000 or $800,000. So when such a major piece of equipment that's fundamental to our service delivery essentially doubles, this is why we required a reset, because we have to live within our means, and it just, there had been no reset until 2026. So that's why you're seeing what you're seeing with the trending over the next 4 years. Sure.
Claire.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you mind commenting on your enterprise program and the 12 trucks, and it shows up year after year? Working, happy with it, and just comment on it a little?
Sure, absolutely. I have a whole section on that, so we can 100% move into that. So enterprise, the enterprise fleet program that the county started in 2022, how it got to that point, there's other jurisdictions, Newell County and the MD of Tabor did RFPs at that time for fleet management, and both those entities actually decided best value to go to an enterprise. Enterprise is part of the canoe procurement under RMA program. Essentially, the easiest way to look at enterprise, it's like a futures market for trucks, where we purchase the vehicle direct from manufacturer through enterprise, maximizing our municipal discounts, and then we sell them back at a very cost-effective price point. I can provide you an example. Our 2022 fleet, when we purchased those vehicles, the average vehicle for the trucks was $48,000. And after that 12-month term, the resale average on each of those was $41,000. So that average around there was just over $500 a month to run those vehicles which are fully warranted. Typically in this transition, the only thing you pay for is fuel. Oil changes are actually covered under warranty, so you're paying for fuel and windshields. We avoid any other additional maintenance elements such as tire repairs typically, depending on the mileage on those vehicles. So it is a very cost-effective method of running a fleet. I've heard very positive feedback from other people that use the vehicles in terms of the safety and reliability as well. What else? So we have one of the advantages with Enterprise, there is a monthly admin fee. It's about 2%. No, 1.9%. On a vehicle that we pay to Enterprise, and essentially that's for them to manage our fleet. So in 2026, that dollar will be about $14,000 or $15,000, and that provides us with all the market access of what supply and demand is, or what are the right trucks to buy so that we can sell them at the highest value when we roll them at either a 12 months, 24 months, or if we choose to extend that or even purchase the vehicle outright in the end. So full flexibility on what's coming and going with this program as well, which is very valuable for us as a county that has good value added.
Follow up with that then, that's nice, or that's good information. I'm not understanding your chart then.
Okay.
The proceeds of the sale of the equipment. I think I have it that not all of them are deducting this proceeds of the sale.
Which,
Am I missing something?
which specifically are you looking at, Eric?
So, well, I guess that the fleet is where I started, and that one makes the, or is that, I guess the replacement reserve.
That would be
plus the
this.
proceeds gets us up to our total.
Correct. So this would be the potential value market upon selling of those vehicles would be the 540. And then when we go to replace those, because we buy them outright initially, then this would be that $120,000 that we're pulling out of a replacement reserve.
Yeah, got it, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Tori. Just a question on when you talked about you sell them at the end of 12 months or 24 months, whatever they agreed. But then you said if you decide to extend its life, you would have to purchase that. I don't know what you meant by that.
So I may have misspoke, Lauren. We have the opportunity if the market, if we felt the market wasn't strong, that we could outright purchase, like we could buy out the end of that contract. So we already owe it. Yeah, we already own it, but there's just like a top-up fee on that to actually just keep it and walk away altogether and not return it back in.
Okay.
It'd be sort of like paying Enterprise's commission if they sold it.
That's probably the equivalent. I'd have to confirm exactly what that number is. But it really is, we're contracting, like I said, it's about $14,000-$15,000 a year to have market access in a market of trucks, of basically it's a futures market for trucks. And as long as the supply or the demand is high, then there's still value. Where there is risk to the county is if the demand for trucks were to drop, and then the resale value would drop accordingly as well. And then at that point in time, then we look to keep the truck. Yeah. Any other questions on that?
Thank you.
Okay. So, 27, we could go through all of these if council wants or not. This is based on what I already presented earlier with the principles of how we're applying and making decisions for replacement. And we review these annually in terms of operationally, where do we get our biggest bang for the buck, also looking at the data and our total maintenance and repair costs for all of these pieces of equipment. There's one I would like to highlight, and it's actually in 2029. and it's the top one here. It's labeled Mill Raiser. We don't want to highlight this because this is a core piece of equipment for our treatment of our haul routes. That particular attachment, which is on a motor grader, has no replacement. That company who built those is out of business, and I think there's only one other in the entire province. As we review our haul route and our processing, this was very purposeful that we push this to 2029. This was originally slotted for purchase in 2027. But if I don't know what our direction's gonna go, I'm certainly not going to invest an additional $1.5 million in a piece of equipment that A, doesn't exist, but B, might not meet our operational needs. What's the mill raiser? So this is what's the best way to describe it? It chews up, bit of rototills the road and then injects the MG30. Yeah. Yeah, this, because a mill raiser doesn't exist, this would be for a reclaimer, which is a standalone piece of equipment that would go much deeper than our current 3 to 4 inches. And it would go up to 12 inches, typically most reclaimers of that. And we would also be able to do the deep base stabilized roads, which we talked about earlier today, as well as cement base stabilized roads with a 2029 investment in a reclaimer. And so that's why this hinges with the 2029, that as we look at that trial for deep base stabilization and continue with the cement base stabilization roads, if that is a direction that we believe is worth the investment, this is where that would sit in 2029. And then to balance out in 2030, again, total spend of $3.5 million, which is still lower than our 2025 capital investment for equipment. So we definitely have flatlined that. And as I stated earlier, how we were able to achieve that was just, we're looking at things differently and being more flexible. And there's the summary. No other questions? I'll move on to the municipal reserve and the parks capital plan.
Ryan?
Yes.
Is it still anticipated that we would have these discussions in September, October, preceding budget? Is that still the plan moving forward, just to satisfy those delivery timelines?
Thank you, Reeve Campbell, for that question. Yes, we're still seeing significant lead times on some pieces of equipment, up to 6 months. And so if there's a way that council would like to provide direction or authorization multi-years in advance, that would certainly be appreciated from an operations standpoint, but can also present again in the fall of 2026 for the 2027 planned expenditures for capital equipment.
Thank you. Did you have something else?
Yeah, I was just wondering how that would fit in with the MGA, whether we would be able to do that.
As long as there's a resolution, which there would be in terms of the approval and it specifies the dates, then we would just roll that in as a previously approved decision into the operating budget for that year. So I think it's a fine approach in terms of helping to plan for operations and also then having that transparency and disclosure of the approval.
Free up a lot of time in December.
Pardon me. Thanks, Haley. Okay. So municipal reserve, so this is for parks capital plan. So I'd ask the team, historically, municipal reserve funds had built up and not been systematically invested back into the county for the purpose that they were accrued. So I'm gonna read a little statement here. I don't know who added this. Did you have this? So nice. Thanks, Haley. So funds are accumulated through cash in lieu contributions made by developers when subdividing land. Money provided in place of municipal reserves and the interest earned on reserve monies must be accounted for separately and may be used only for any of the following purposes: a publicly owned park, a publicly owned or operated recreation area, school board purposes, or to separate areas of land that are used for different purposes. Municipal reserve funds must only be used for municipal projects on public lands or public-owned or operated facilities, or for the purchase of public lands. They may not be used for projects with public characteristics on private land or which are privately owned or operated. So with those parameters in mind, this current municipal reserve is at 1.2 million is the projected. And the ebb and flow of those monies into the county is based on when a subdivision is finalized and we get those monies. So there's not a how much per year people I've asked that question and people ask me, I don't know. But what we do know is right now we're sitting on, there's over $1 million there that we need to reinvest with those parameters. So what's presented here is a 5-year plan. Each year, what we target is one fairly major project for 2026. That major project is in Mountain Meadows to replace, refresh that trail system. In 2027, the major project or the court replacement in Diamond City. So you can see that we're hitting primarily our hamlets and larger subdivisions for these reinvestments, as it has the biggest value added for the most residents. In 28, the biggest project there is a court replacement in Monarch. In 29, the big project is the play structure in Fairview. And then in 2030, Ball Diamond replacement in Monarch. And then we also sprinkle in some other work in the other hamlets as outlined there, from either replacing or planting new trees or amenities. Amenities meaning things like as park benches, picnic tables, garbage cans, and things like that that really make those spaces useful and provide a high level experience for individuals. So total projected spend over this period is $905,000. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Yeah. Let's do that now then.
I'm gonna entertain a motion to go into a closed session, section 19 ATIA, harmful to third-party business interests. We just have something that's rather emergent that to speak to. I think it'd be good to have that conversation, especially while Lauren's still here. So if someone will make that motion. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin's moved to enter a closed session at 3:17. Is there any discussion? Call it.
Thank you. So just in terms of continuation with the capital plan, we just want to look at the information technology capital items. So in this instance, the biggest impact in terms of capital projects is what we talked about previously a little bit with the financial system in terms of replacing our ERP. We're proposing that comes from the administration reserve, although that will significantly draw that reserve down, and it is also the reserve that we use for any kind of facility maintenance requirements should something be unexpected or significant in terms of rehab or maintenance of the buildings. So just wanted to highlight that it is an expensive project, but it is where we are in terms of proposing it in the capital project. And then the rest of them are smaller, various kind of server replacements and different capital projects related to IT and the needs to ensure we sustain our stable systems and support going forward. So this just highlights a summary of all of the proposed capital projects related to information technology within the next 5 years. And that brings us to the end of our presentation, unless Cole has something he wants to add.
Questions, comments?
I thought you were gonna give me a fist bump or something.
I guess a question for council is, so with what has been proposed, the requirements, and then those contributions to reserves, leads us to that 3%, or the projected 3% after growth. I guess I would be frank and just ask how we are with that, and if we think that that's adequate moving forward when we talk about how we're contributing to our reserves in the future. Is that, I know the term modest, I do agree with the term modest given some of the pressures that we're facing, but maybe just your overall, any comments or thoughts on that, and any concerns, questions, anything that you'd like to see brought back, any further discussion? I would open the floor. Do you want to go ahead and then, go around the table?
Yeah, when I saw the 3%, I thought, well, that was very positive. I just, sort of, I guess, my concern again would be around the reserves. We've talked about, we've been using them quite a bit over the last few years, so it's just making sure that we have an adequate amount in there. So, and I understand we're not fully refunding things, but it's just, it's trying to find that balance, and it's fair to us, fair to our ratepayers, but looking big picture down the road to make sure that we're in a good place. So if it's 1 year where we're not contributing enough, but I know over the last couple of years we've continually talked about we need to refresh our reserves or replenish them. So that's my only concern. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to Councillor Sayer's comment there, I think there's always a bit of a tug of war there in planning for the future and sustainability and managing sustainable growth. And we've tried to strike that with this. One thing I will note, and I think it was on slide 21, but we have the starting balance, and while that technically we have about $2.5 million more going out than going in, I think it is also important to note that I think it's 3.4 million of that is between the gravel crushing and the capital expenditures for fleet that are not annualized. So if I look at the amount of money going into reserve versus out over a period of time, I would say that our contributions are actually higher with that removed than the outgoing, knowing that some of those are one-time or costs that we then go and make those contributions in year 2, 3, 4 in the future. So yes, we would also, I mean, it improves our flexibility and everything else. Love to have more in there. I think this was us trying to strike that balance to maintain those levels.
Yeah, wasn't criticizing it, it was just a commentary, but I think I appreciate all the work you've done, because we knew coming in that there was gonna be some tough decisions, and, to Tori's point earlier on, like, I really appreciate all the work the staff's done. I said, we came here and we see all this documentation, but the process and the time it's taken just to get this to us is amazing, so I really appreciate it, and then, like, it's the 5th year I've done this, so there's been a lot of heavy lifting here in tough times, and again, your staff and the whole team has done a great job, so don't take it as a criticism, it's just a commentary, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I mean, Haley and Patrick and the team did a ton of work, but I also want to give a special thank you to Justin, who, I mean, did a heavy lift on this, really dug through a lot of the historical records, helped us make a lot of these changes and transitions. So just on that note, for what Lauren said, I mean, you're looking at me when you said thank you, and I feel very much like you should be looking at everybody else in this room and not over here. They did. I appreciate that, Mark. No, they did a phenomenal job, and they should get the credit that they deserve for all the work that went into this. So thank you to them.
Don't worry, the rest of us won't thank you, Cole. I promise. We're all looking that way. Go ahead, Kevin.
So I just want to thank you all for everything you've done. No, but in all honesty, you guys did awesome. I look at these numbers, and yeah, there's definitely a lot to go through. So thank you for everything you've done. Mine is same as Mark here with the reserves. You know, it'd be nice to have money going in there a little bit more, but you know what? I'm happy with this. And the 3%, like Lauren said too, you know, it's hard to always keep asking for more, but it also helps cash flow things too. So I'm good with it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would reiterate what Mark and Kevin had both said. I appreciate the effort that administration has put into this, you know, especially the directors and all the people under Cole. Yeah, in terms of reserves, I understand and appreciate that, you know, we've been saving for the last 3 years to spend it this year on things like the gravel crush. I would like to get to a point where we are putting more into the reserves on an annual basis, because frankly, that's what we need to be looking for future generations. You know, it's nice that we're putting money away for 3-year projects, but we also have to start looking at and focusing on what we're going to be able to need to put away for 10-year projects, 20-year projects, and 30-year projects. But I also understand we need to have a balance on that. You know, I mean, we can't expect our tax increase to be significantly higher than it is. So, you know, finding that balance is important. So. I think, you know, we did a good job on this, you know, from an administration standpoint to try to find that balance. So it's appreciated from my end.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, for myself, being that this is like my first budget experience there, I just want to say you guys did a phenomenal job, presenting the information and, clear and precise and, yeah, I mean, kept everything very well-rounded there and, yeah, just want to thank you guys a lot.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. Thank you, council, for everything today. Appreciate it. Again, just reiterate what's been said. Thank you, staff. Thank you for everything that goes into this, especially Justin. I know, I think that I've known Justin. We were at university at the same time, so I've known Justin for 20 years and on and off. And I think the type of person that has such a deep respect for governance and in that deep respect is just trying to provide information. He would rather provide you mountains and mountains of information and have you parse through it and feel that you're informed as opposed to missing anything. So I always appreciate his approach in that sense where, we joke about how many slides there are, but it comes from a really, well-intended good place of just wanting us as the decision makers to have that information. So just a huge thank you to him and to everyone else. Haley, everyone in your department, we really appreciate it. Candace, I know 11:34, getting the ding at night that well, it's all appreciated. Thank you very much. Having said all that, I do think that as we can tell from the tone of some of these discussions, we have a lot of, heavier philosophical questions moving forward, as well as far as level of service goes, where we want to be. And I think, Ryan, when you and I talked briefly, it was, what do we want to be and where do we want to be in 3, 5, 7 years? Because I think there's a lot of tough decisions that are not only budgetary, but level of service discussions that we have to have. So look forward to that, and just thank you to everyone for your contributions and appreciate it. Anything else? Cool. Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I was just gonna move to adjourn.
Perfect. You're good? Okay. Go ahead, John.
Motion to adjourn.
John has moved to adjourn at 3:37. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor?